Hello everyone, and welcome back to Scary Horror Daily, and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep to, so before that, I would appreciate if you liked the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from, and what time are you watching? When Ariana was a child, she could sense when a room was wrong. Her father would walk into an empty kitchen, sniff the air, frown. He claimed he heard nothing but the fluorescent hum, the neighbor's dog barking, the click of the fridge fan. Ariana felt the invisible weight, a soft, aching gravity pooling behind the doors and under the linoleum. She kept it to herself for years, thinking if she named the sensation it would take shape, and she'd lose control. She grew up, as most girls do, but the feeling followed. Sometimes she'd catch it in her periphery. Unlit corners and bars at 2 a.m., a closet door left half-cracked, or a sequence of footsteps that kept perfect pace behind her along an empty block. In college dorms, she joked she was haunted. Friends laughed, but her dates never called again. Tonight, the sensation came for her in the library. It was finals week, and Ariana was living on Monster and tangerines, the rinds curling artfully in an empty coffee mug. The library was open 24 hours, and at midnight, the only people left were caffeinated, desperate, or deeply strange. Ariana walked toward the back stacks, the ones with actual dust, searching for a copy of the Golden Bough that hadn't had its margins obliterated by generations of philosophy majors. The rows narrowed as she went, the overhead lights duller until it felt like her soft-soled sneakers were absorbing the silence. About halfway down the anthropology aisle, her phone vibrated in her pocket. The sound startled her, and she fumbled the device, catching it against a spine labeled post-evanescent theory and practice. She cursed. The text was from Dinah, her roommate. "Are you dead?" Ariana typed almost, "wish I were," but changed it at the last second to, "alive for now. You up?" Dinah's reply came instantly. "Barely. The radiator is clicking like it wants me dead. Bring Cheetos or I riot." Ariana smiled, pocketed her phone, and scanned the shelves. A smell caught her attention. Sharp, metallic, and sour. The air felt charged, like after a static shock or just before lightning. She looked up and down the aisle. No one. There hadn't been footsteps. No cart with squeaky wheels. Not even the pneumatic shush of air conditioning. Still, she couldn't shake the certainty she wasn't alone. She pulled a copy of The Golden Bough from the shelf. It was heavier than expected, and as she lifted, a thin bundle of receipts and business cards, all yellowed, fell to the floor. Ariana crouched to collect them, and when she did, she realized the lowest shelf was missing 2 books. In their place was a gap just large enough to fit a face. She put her eye to the opening, dark but not completely. On the other side, something faintly glimmered. She leaned closer, heart knocking, as her eye adjusted. Someone was looking back. For a moment, she thought it was her own reflection, a trick of the glass on a dark night. But this face blinked after she did. It was too pale, features indistinct, but definitely watching her. Ariana's mind cartwheeled through the rational explanations. A trick of shadow? A mirror? Some bored grad student pranking freshmen. She drew away slow. The face didn't move. Ariana exhaled and tried a joke. "You know, that's not how interlibrary loans work." No response. She dropped the stack of cards and receipts into her tote, feet suddenly leaden, and hurried back down the aisle. 3 steps later, someone, the same someone it had to be, moved at the other end of the stacks. Not walking exactly, but sidestepping between the rows, following. It wasn't a librarian. Not unless the library had started hiring staff with long, bald skulls and the kind of slow, silent gait that made a person invisible until they were inches away. Ariana kept moving, resisting the urge to break into a full sprint. She rounded the next corner and walked fast straight for the main stairwell, not looking back. The copy of The Golden Bough thudded against her hip. She glanced over her shoulder once on the landing. Nothing. The sense of eyes boring into hers faded, swapped for the usual late-night shudders of sleep deprivation and academic panic. She went home and dumped the business cards and receipts on her desk. Dinah was asleep, a bag of stale Cheetos clutched in one hand, face pressed into her exam notes. Ariana thought about waking her but decided against it. The apartment was cocoon quiet, the radiators clicking more comforting than threatening. She opened the book, curious to find what was so precious that someone had hidden it away. The cards were from a local funeral home. Crossed out addresses, hand-scrawled phone numbers, a few faded Polaroids tucked between. One of the Polaroids was a snapshot of the anthropology aisle, the exact section Ariana had just been in. The timestamp was from 1987. Standing at the end of the aisle was a shape just out of focus. A long, bald head, a shadowy non-face. The crack in the shelf was visible, and in it, a single watching eye. Ariana blinked at the image for a long time. She thumbed through the other photos, searching for more evidence. But the rest were shots of gravestones, mausoleums, and, in one, a decaying backyard shed. She put the pile aside and lay on her back, staring at the stained paint on the ceiling until the first light of morning bled through the blinds. The next night, Ariana returned to the library. Not for research, but for confirmation. She waited for 2 a.m., when attendance dwindled to the truly desperate. She wandered the aisles, feigning interest in various subjects, checking for movement. Nothing unusual at first. The air, if anything, seemed slightly less oppressive. Maybe, she thought, the face had been a spasm of nerves, or a prank played by her own brain, rotten and made paranoid by chemicals and stress. The golden bough had been reshelved. She trailed her fingers along the spines, goosebumps rising despite the mild air. She crouched before the shelf with the missing books. Still there, a gap dark and deep, looking into the same crawlspace as before. She did not look in. Instead, she reached into the space, feeling for the back wall. Her fingers met cool air, then something dry and papery, like old bark. She jerked her hand back, smacking it against a shelf above. For a second, she thought she saw movement. A flicker of white, a receding shape, but when she blinked, she saw nothing but the graveyard of dust motes. She waited, crouched and trembling, for a long minute before slowly rising. As she did, her phone buzzed. Dinah again. "Yo, you okay? You left some weird pictures on your desk." Ariana typed, keeping her eyes on the shelf gap. "Yeah. Investigating. Maybe haunted. You up?" Dinah's reply lagged this time, but it came through. "Haunted by finals, maybe. You bringing bagels tomorrow?" Ariana fished her hand through the gap again. Faster this time. She felt nothing. She withdrew and wiped her palm on her jeans, then walked out of the library without looking back at the shadows. She didn't sleep, not really, but allowed herself to drift on the couch with the television blaring late-night infomercials. At 4:17 a.m., a knock woke her full. Not the front door, the inside one, her bedroom. She called out. No answer. Dinah's room was dark, her breathing slow and even in the half-light. Ariana's bedroom door was open by half an inch. The knock repeated, softer now. Tap, tap, tap. Ariana wanted to joke, audibly to herself, to prove she was not afraid, but her voice dried in her throat. She nudged the door open with her foot. The room was empty. On her pillow, a single funeral home business card. She picked it up, flipped it over. This time, on the back, was scrawled in careful, unfamiliar handwriting. "We remember." Ariana closed her door, discarded the card, and sat on the edge of her bed, waiting for morning. This pattern continued for days. The sense of being watched, little gifts left in the oddest places. A pair of old spectacles in her bag, a withered flower between the pages of her notebook, a thumb-sized chunk of graphite that left black smudges on her palms. Dinah began to notice something was off, but Ariana played it cool, blaming the sleeplessness. On the seventh morning, Ariana woke to the sound of something in the hallway. Not Dinah, something heavier, shuffling. She opened the door a crack and peered down. The air was thick with that metallic scent again, sharp as battery acid. She padded barefoot toward the living room. The front door was ajar, and just beyond it, in the dull gray dawn, she could see tracks, small, almost childlike, outlined in fine, dark powder. They led away from her building and disappeared at the curb. Ariana followed. She walked 2 blocks in pajamas and slippers, the tracks reappearing at every crosswalk in fresh, black smears. They led to a crumbling mausoleum in the old cemetery, a site mostly ignored since a developer had built new condos on the far edge of town. Ariana hesitated, but the sense of inevitability was stronger than her fear. The mausoleum door was unlocked. Inside, a single candle guttered. On the lid of the nearest stone box lay a pile of photographs, most Polaroids, all featuring the same thing. A gap in a bookshelf, a shadowy silhouette watching through. In the corner, someone had scrawled a message on the wall. "If you see it, IT sees you." Ariana pocketed a photo at random and left, feeling the empty streets close in behind her. She walked home in a daze, the image burning in her hand. That afternoon, Dinah saw the fresh scrape on Ariana's wrist. Dinah tried to make a joke but gave up and hugged her instead. Ariana accepted it, feeling the warmth as if through a membrane of cold water. That night and every night after, Ariana slept with the lights on, but always at the corner of her eye, in the seam between closet door and frame, in reflective glass, in the fossil dark space under desks and tables, she saw movement, a flicker of white, a watching face. It never approached, never harmed, but it waited, patient and persistent. She imagined it was her own future self, a ghost of finals weeks yet to come, hollow-eyed and stoic, keeping silent vigil for the next unlucky girl to find the gap and look inside. Ariana swore she never would again, but she always did. Ariana's place was hot as the maze of a CPU, the kind of heat that got into your scalp and made your hair itch. She'd been brooding in the center of her living room for 20 minutes with her palms nearly pressed to the glass of her balcony, too hopped up on her own nerves to even twist the lock. The TV was on low, a rerun of a sitcom from her childhood. Laughter bled through the speakers in canned, jagged gasps. Ariana was thinking about whether people who recorded laugh tracks ever regretted it. If, after some time, the knowledge of all those manufactured laughs, spliced and piped into the dead rooms of strangers, made them sicker than when they'd started. She'd slept maybe 2 hours the night before. The rest spent hopping from window to window, checking the peephole, listening for the elevator's lurch. At 3 in the morning, the walls of her apartment had begun to buckle in, squeezed by a sense of enormous, unseen pressure. She'd imagined the building was a soda can in a fist. She'd started packing then. A suitcase with mismatched clothing, a tote bag loaded with chargers and sketchbooks, the key to the old storage unit in Midtown, and then sat down on her mattress, staring at the door. By 8 a.m., Ariana was prowling the internet, searching for stories that looked like hers. She landed in the message boards and comment sections, the shadowy Warren beneath the cheery clickbait articles. There she found the others, the ones who also lived in buildings with chattering pipes and elevators that coughed up the same floors, who'd awoken to the shimmering, wrong-footed feeling that something was slipping into the seams behind their walls. They wrote about the metallic taste in the air at night, about phone alarms going off at 3:33 a.m. every day, about the crawl spaces that widened after every storm. On one forum, someone named Gooseberry123 wrote, "Try running the tap into the drain and see if you hear the clicking. If you do, cover the drain. See if it stops. If not, call your super. They'll know what to do." Ariana rolled her eyes. Typical subreddit logic. But she'd tried it anyway. Nothing. The clicking just continued. It seemed to her like it was coming from all directions now, a scattershot of tiny tails rapping on the walls. Gooseberry messaged her directly, suggested the name of a psychic in the outer sunset who specialized in building anomalies. Ariana reported the message for spam and felt foolish doing it, like she'd smashed the hand of someone trying to pass her a note in class. Her own theory was more pedestrian. Mold, maybe, or rats. She was determined to prove it, and before noon she'd pulled all the furniture from her bedroom wall and unscrewed the outlet plates to shine her phone's flashlight inside. She saw nothing. No shadows scurrying, not even dust. Just the plastic and copper of 10,000 other apartments. Ariana felt a radioactive pang of disappointment, like she'd lost a game she didn't know she was playing. She moved on to the kitchen, unscrewed a vent. She was about to shine her light inside when the buzzing started. At first, it was a tight cluster of static just above her left temple. Then it widened, and she realized, with a kind of distant awe, that the sound was not in her head, but rather in the wall itself. Ariana pressed her ear to the drywall, careful not to dislodge the vent cover clamped between her fingers. Something was moving in there. She pictured a squirrel or a pigeon, or a raccoon the size of a toddler wedged between two beams, its fur electrified with panic. But the rhythm was off. It wasn't the erratic, urgent scuttling of a living thing. It was more like the trembling hum of machinery, a digital presence vibrating along the steel bones of the building. Ariana yanked her head back, nearly falling on her ass, before leaning in again, the side of her face flush with the wall. She closed her eyes, her other senses fired. Acrid tang of ozone, cold wine in her molars, the faintest brush of pressure at the back of her skull, like someone was whispering into her brain. A knock at the door. She froze, hand hovering over her mouth. MSL? The voice was watery and slurred, filtered through the 30 feet of corridor between Ariana and the front door. She recognized it as the morning doorman, Tomas, the one who always called her Ms. L, even though her last name was impossible to pronounce, and she'd told him a dozen times just to call her Ariana. She thumbed the release on her phone, checked the peephole cam. Tomas was standing with his jacket half-zipped, a lemon-yellow envelope in his hands. He looked like he'd just run a lap around the block, beads of sweat rolling down into his eyebrows. Reluctantly, she cracked the door. "Delivery for you, Ms. L." He tilted the envelope toward her, all fingers and no thumb. Ariana reached for it, but he stepped back. "Have you noticed anything weird in the building?" she said. Tomas's eyes darted, the whites glassy and bright. "Weird? Like the sound in the walls or..." She hesitated. "Anything in the basement?" For a moment, Tomas looked at the floor, an expression flickering over his face, and she thought, yes, finally, someone else. But then he grinned, his mouth too wide and too quick. "Just rats, I think," he said. The words didn't quite land, but he offered the envelope again and left, steps echoing off down the hall. Ariana closed the door softly, latched it, and examined the package. It was heavy, packed tight, the return address a P.O. box in Indiana. She dropped it on the dining table and ran the tap for a while, waiting to see if the clicking would return. It didn't, but the humming in the wall was now a gentle vibration beneath her feet. She opened the envelope with a steak knife. Inside, a perfectly cubed block of wood the size of a Rubik's Cube, painted a nauseating salmon pink. Taped to it, a note: "We are happy to provide the first piece. Please reach out with any requests for expansion. Sincerely, management." Ariana picked up the block. It was cold, almost wet, and as she turned it over, a clear resin coating caught the light and flickered iridescent. She pressed her finger into one corner and felt the wood yield, as if it were rotten at the core. Her phone buzzed. Unknown number. She put it on speaker. "Hello." A sucking silence. Then a voice, distorted, nasal, almost metallic. "We're so pleased you chose to stay with us, Ariana. There is just one more step before service can begin." Please check your storage unit for further instructions. The call dropped. Ariana slammed the block down. She didn't remember giving her number to the building's management, let alone signing up for anything that would warrant service. Her hands shook, the trembling traveling up her forearms like an aftershock. She didn't bother packing anything else. She grabbed her phone, keys, and the block, and slipped from her apartment into the hallway, avoiding the security camera's glassy stare. The elevator's LCD blinked 12, even though she'd pressed the button for the lobby. Every button after L2G lit up in sequence, then darkness again. Ariana pried open the service hatch and dropped to the next floor, landing awkwardly on her ankle. At ground level, she bypassed the concierge desk and jogged to the street, not stopping for breath until she reached the curb. San Francisco was a mirage in early spring. The fog rolled in with the consistency of whipped cream, and every block smelled like seawater and diesel exhaust. Ariana hailed a rideshare, the smell of the previous rider's perfume still clinging to the seatbelt. The driver, a non-committal blur behind a plastic partition, asked for her destination in a barely comprehensible accent. "Midtown Storage on Mission," she said, eyeing the block on her lap. In the filtered morning light, it almost glowed. The city fell behind her, canted and hazy. She listened to her heartbeat and watched the notifications blossom on her phone. Missed call, unknown, missed call, unknown, missed call, unknown. No voice messages. Midtown Storage was a low, anonymous building, a concrete bunker crouching between a bus depot and a shuttered pawn shop. The security code on the entryway buzzed approval as soon as she typed it. Inside, the air was cold and sour, the fluorescent lights fluttering like moth wings. Her unit, 1045A, was on the second floor. The corridor was lined with storage doors, each the same blue-gray as the building's facade. As Ariana reached her unit, she heard the sound again. A soft, rhythmic clicking, like something tapping on the steel from the inside. She slid the key in, pushed up the heavy door. The storage unit was empty save for a folding chair, a battered cardboard box, and a second block. This one the size of a cinder block, stained in concentric rings of color. A white envelope was taped to the top. Unfolding the letter, Ariana braced herself. "Congratulations. Your foundation has been successfully established. Soon you will notice improvements in connectivity and personal coherence. For best results, arrange your pieces according to instructions. Thank you for helping us grow." From management. Below the text was a crude, blocky rendering. Slabs of pink and blue stacked in a specific pattern. Ariana's eyes stung as she took it in, a rush of vertigo rolling over her. Behind her, in the corridor, the tapping amplified, multiplied. It was a chorus now, the walls themselves beating out a pattern, each beat in perfect synchrony with the hammering of her pulse. She pulled the large block free, set it down beside the smaller one, lining up the corners as shown. Instantly, a glimmering line zipped between them, a hair-fine cord that seemed to vibrate with energy. The smell of ozone filled the room. The overhead lights dimmed and then stabilized, brighter than before. Ariana staggered backwards, nearly tripping over the folding chair. From the corridor, a voice, unmistakably Tomas's, but cracked and doubled. "Ms. L, you forgot your mail." Ariana gripped the edge of the door and peered out. Tomas was there, but not as she remembered him. His jacket was gone, replaced by a mess of gray utility tape and something that looked like plastic tubing. His skin sagged around his jaw, as if his face had partially melted. He held out an envelope, his hand trembling with static. "Would you like me to arrange the pieces?" said Tomas. His voice was a chorus, each word refracted into a dozen overlapping tones. Ariana stepped backwards, shaking her head. "Suit yourself," said Tomas, and dropped the envelope at her feet. Without looking, Ariana kicked it into the corner and slammed the storage unit door shut. She heard him fading down the hallway, repeating the phrase, "Suit yourself," over and over, a Doppler effect of agony. She wrapped her arms around herself and stared at the 2 blocks on the floor. The connecting cord thrummed, and beneath the hum she heard a new sound, a gentle chime, like a distant xylophone. She stayed there until her teeth stopped chattering. The door to the unit rattled once, then was still. Ariana wondered how many other units in this building had blocks inside. How many cords, how many people just like her, locked inside, resisting the urge to reach out and connect. She waited another hour, then took out her phone. There was a new email from management. Subject, onboarding. Dear Ariana, we are delighted to confirm your installation has succeeded. Please do not be alarmed by any discomfort you may be experiencing. This is a sign of rapid adjustment and should abate within 24 hours. If you require additional pieces, please submit a request. We look forward to watching you grow. Sincerely, management. Ariana sat bolt upright, the echo of a dream lingering in her head like static. She peeled damp hair from her cheek and squinted at the open closet. Her phone glared 3:03 a.m. in blue numerals. Someone was breathing, heavier than her, muffled and animal. She tried to track the source. Was it inside her room, or maybe seeping through the walls? The breath thickened the air, pressed around her face like a plastic bag. Ariana, who prided herself on extroversion and composure, felt a knot of panic form at the base of her skull. She waited, holding her own breath, tethered to the low, thrumming sound. It faded, eventually, replaced by the usual rural silence. A silence that reminded her she was too far from civilization tonight. House-sitting for old family friends whose farmhouse squatted hunched on 6 acres of dead corn and patchy snow. She was alone here except for the old retriever, Daisy, who slept on the porch. Her friends would have laughed, would have dared her to go out there and check for axe murderers. Instead, Ariana flopped backward, feeling cold sweat dampen the sheets beneath her as she tried to convince herself the house always made noises, especially in winter, especially at night. She woke again at dawn, shivering and alert, every muscle tight as piano wire. The dream had been so vivid, the door opening, someone's silhouette looming at the foot of her bed, whispering her name, the hot breath on her face. She groaned, checked her phone. 1 bar of service, a single unread message from her mother reminding her to change the smoke detector batteries. She scrolled Instagram until her heart rate leveled, then padded downstairs, her socked feet snagging on splinters in the wide planked floor. Coffee was non-negotiable. She found the bag in the freezer, loaded the ancient percolator, and set it gurgling to life. The kitchen smelled of old onions and mouse poison, but sunlight made everything less monstrous. She opened the back door to let Daisy in, but the dog just stared at her, tail rigid and hackles bristled, a low note of warning rumbling in her chest. Ariana called her again, voice pinched. Daisy finally slunk inside, nose pressed to the ground, tracking some invisible thread beneath the chairs and past the washing machine to the crawlspace hatch in the mudroom. Daisy, there's nothing in there. You're being a weirdo. Ariana tried to laugh as Daisy whined and pawed at the hatch. She forced herself to crouch beside the dog and knock on the plywood. If anyone's down there, come out and pay rent. The silence was total and complete. Ariana laughed, too loud, and returned to the kitchen. The aroma of scorched coffee wrapped around her, as sour and clinging as cigarette smoke. She poured a mug, added 3 packs of sugar, and stared out the frost-webbed window. The fields were a patchwork of mud and snow, dotted with the kind of half-hearted scarecrows that felt more like warning signs than guardians. Her phone buzzed again, a notification from the home security app she'd installed. There was no Wi-Fi out here, but the camera on the porch uploaded footage whenever there was service. Ariana squinted at the tiny screen. The thumbnail was black, grainy. She tapped, waited for the video to load. For a second, there was only the flicker of porch light and the blurred outline of Daisy sleeping. Then, at 2:57 a.m., a shape entered the frame tall, clothed in what looked like a suit and gloves, face invisible behind a milky white gas mask. The mask's snout glistened like a wet mushroom stem. The figure walked to the door, leaned down, and pressed its ear against the glass. After a full minute, it vanished into the shadows, movements jerky, puppet-like. Ariana dropped her phone. The coffee scalded her hand, splattered across the counter. She mopped it up absently, looking back at the porch as if the visitor might still be out there, waiting. Daisy whined again, head low as if she too had seen something on the other side of the door. It had to be a prank. A local kid, maybe, or some twitchy meth head passing through. Ariana paced the kitchen, her mind conjuring every Dateline episode she'd ever watched. There'd been no cars on the road yesterday, and no one had mentioned strange people coming around when she'd picked up groceries at the dollar stop. She tried to picture the mask. Why a gas mask? Why at 3 in the morning? She found herself clutching a steak knife from the block and feeling ridiculous about it. She set it down, then picked it up again. This time, she slipped it into the pocket of her hoodie, her fingers jittery on the handle. She tried to call her mom, but the call wouldn't connect. She sent a voice memo instead. Hey, something weird last night. I think someone was on the porch. Maybe a prank. Love you. Daylight made her bold. She checked the porch for footprints, found only the melted outline of Daisy's paw prints and a single human shoe print near the step. Large sole treads chevroned. She photographed it, then poked around the perimeter of the house, raising her phone at every shed and fence post. Nothing. Just the wind, whispering through old stalks, and the feeling that someone might be watching from the line of trees at the edge of the property. The rest of the day passed in a haze of anxiety. Ariana checked the windows compulsively, then baked a pan of brownies to distract herself, devoured 3 in quick succession, and felt nauseous. She texted friends, but none replied. It was finals week, and everyone was either cramming or sleeping off hangovers. She turned on the TV. A statusy rerun of a soap where everyone's faces looked subtly wrong, too symmetrical, the whites of their eyes shining like boiled eggs. At dusk, the house seemed to hunch inward. Shadows puddled at the baseboards. The wind picked up, rattling the eaves, and Ariana felt the same primitive panic as a trapped animal. She put Daisy on a leash, took her outside, and kept her eyes glued to the tree line. This time, at the far edge of the corn stubble, she saw the mask again. A pale oval bobbing between the trunks, watching. She ran back inside, locked every door, and set a chair beneath the handle for good measure. Daisy barked a warning at the kitchen window, her hair standing straight up. Ariana shut the blinds and paced the hallways, the knife still clutched in her hoodie pocket, palms slick with sweat. She didn't go to bed that night. She lay on the couch with Daisy curled at her feet, heart beating so loudly it was all she could hear. She kept the TV on for white noise. Every flicker of the screen looked like movement in her peripheral vision. At 2:40, the porch light flared on. On the security camera, the masked figure stood directly at the window, staring in. Ariana froze, breath caught in her chest. Then the man tapped, methodically, 3 times, before disappearing into the darkness. She waited for the sun to rise, shivered through the dawn, and when morning finally came, she called her mom, who answered on the second ring. "You need to come home," Ariana blurted. "There's someone here. They keep coming back." Her mother laughed, then heard the panic in Ariana's voice and promised to send a neighbor. An hour later, big-shouldered Walt from down the road came rolling up in his truck and stomped through the mud to her door. "Guess you saw the masked man," he said as a way of greeting. "Been scaring folks for weeks." Ariana stared, waiting for the punchline. Walt shrugged. "Could be a loner, you know. Could be a dumb prank." I got a gun if you want it. She didn't want a gun. She wanted to leave, but she'd promised to watch the house for 4 more days. Hey, Walt said, don't let him get in your head. He can smell fear. Ariana laughed, sharp and brittle. But Walt wasn't joking. His eyes were fixed on the woods, his jaw clenched like he'd bitten down on a bullet. The third night passed in a claustrophobic blur. She tried to barricade herself in the master bedroom, but it was a joke. The walls so thin she could hear Daisy's claws ticking across the floor downstairs. At 3 a.m., the now familiar breathing started again, but this time it was inside the house, directly on the other side of the door. Ariana held her breath, the knife cold and slippery in her hand, and watched as the doorknob slowly began to turn. She didn't remember the scream. She only remembered the silence afterwards, the realization that she was alone, and that the footsteps retreating down the hall were hers, not the intruder's. At sunrise, she found the front door wide open. Daisy stood on the porch, shivering, eyes rolled whites only. On the lawn, a line of shoe prints led to the edge of the woods, then vanished among the trees. Ariana closed the door softly, locked every bolt, and sat down at the kitchen table, feeling the weight of the house press down on her until she thought she might dissolve into the floorboards. She poured herself another cup of coffee, watched the cream bloom and curl in the blackness, and pretended she was just another girl house sitting for the weekend, nothing out of the ordinary at all. Her left sneaker squelched, slightly out of sync with the right, where the mesh fabric still clung to the memory of the swampy puddle she'd misjudged in the parking lot. Ariana's hair, vibrant and artificial as a party streamer, grazed her jaw in abrupt swings as she hunched at the edge of the bus bench, elbows aligned with knees, palms cupping her chin. The bus was late again. Some curse laid on the city by sadistic city planners and perpetuated by a string of bored, unionized drivers. Tonight, though, the lateness pressed closer, staler, hitching itself to the raw, buttery flare of the streetlights, so that every minute's wait felt like the stretch of black licorice someone else had already chewed. The world was milky and runny, the February fog bleeding over the strip mall avenue and flattening out all the angles. Ariana ripped her phone from her pocket, chipped thumbnail snagging as she typed the arrival time for the queue line. 3 minutes. No, for now. Did time crawl backward? She stared out at the parking lot. Empty, except for a distant grocery cart nudged up against the curb by the wind, and the Prius, running, its headlights set low. There was a person inside. There was always a person inside the Prius. She jabbed the bus bench with her heel, shaking off a shiver. Once, back in the first semester of her dead-end communications degree, one of her professors claimed that fog could act like a lens, distorting not the appearance of things but their intentions. Ariana had called him a poetry bitch on her eval, but tonight, she wanted to believe it. The Prius sat, watching, lens blank in the cold. She glanced back at her phone. 1 minute now. Ariana exhaled, the air mixing with fog, making her feel like she was dissolving. 2. She pressed her tongue against the roof of her mouth, waited for the bus. The bus arrived. Shrill in its hiss, panel lights flickering, brakes howling like some medieval siege device as it lurched to a stop. The driver looked her up and down with that bureaucratic weariness they all had, then moved his hand in a circle. Get on, let's go, I'm late. She scanned her card, found a spot near the middle. The only other passenger, a man fumbling 3 shopping bags, had made a nest for himself at the rear, feet up on the seat opposite, head buried in his phone. Ariana sat, pressed her backpack to her lap, and tried to think about nothing. But the Prius was still outside, rolling along next to the bus, matching its speed for 2 full blocks before hanging back with a slow, deliberate turn into the lot behind a closed pharmacy. She told herself it meant nothing. 100 white cars drove along this road every evening, each of them hiding its own human disaster. At the transfer station, the driver announced something muffled and bureaucratic. Ariana, still buoyed by the residue of her latest espresso and the itch to see her apartment and nobody else, was first off the bus. She jogged across the platform, weaving between teenagers with vape clouds and a man wrapped in 3 stained parkas, and made for the exit. The night pressed. Every sound felt rubbery, stretched by the fog. Across the street, there was a gas station, its sign burned out except for the last 3 letters. Oil. Someone or something was waiting by the side of the building. Impossible to see if it was a person or a stack of bundled cardboard. Ariana checked over her shoulder, a nervous tick more than any real concern, and pushed ahead. Her apartment was a 3-floor walk-up, as postmodern as a shoebox, yellowed siding and perpetually damp steps. She keyed in, fought the whine of the security door, and bolted up the stairs 2 at a time, composure breaking with each floor. When she got to her door, she spun the lock, then the deadbolt, and slumped against it, feeling the counterpressure of the whole building leaning in. Home was a single room in the sense that open floor plans were single, but the bathroom was mercifully separated by a bent accordion door and the kitchen was defined by a change of tile. It smelled like laundry. She dropped her backpack by the futon, checked her phone again, but nobody had messaged. Not her roommate, not her boss, not her mother who called only on holidays and then spent the conversation complaining about her own mother. Somewhere in the building, an argument peaked and crashed. Ariana opened the fridge, found only a loaf of rye and a jar of grape jelly. She ate a slice standing up, toes curling from the chill. The overhead light, which she'd fixed 3 times this month, was already flickering again. She left it on anyway. For a long time, she just sat on the futon, shoes still on, jacket zipped. She scrolled through social media feeds, liking every 3rd post, adding hearts to the sad ones, skipping the sponsored content and the inexorable ads for vitamin gummies and urban survival gear. There was a comfort in the motion, a frictionless sliding of self against the world. She watched videos of dogs on skateboards, a live stream of someone making pancakes in the shape of anime characters, a late-night expose on the city's crumbling infrastructure. The wind howled outside, slewing snow against the window. Ariana pushed herself up, shucked her jacket, and went to the bathroom. The overhead bulb, blue-tinged and ancient, showed her reflection as something smudged, already slipping out of register. She splashed water on her face, let the cold bite until the redness stayed. She brushed her teeth. The toothpaste tasted like chemicals and foam, but she didn't stop until her gums tingled. She glanced at her phone one last time before plugging it in. Again, nothing. She debated texting her roommate, "Made it home, LOL," but left the message unsent. Instead, she stared at the static ceiling, tracking each crack and stain, trying to summon sleep. A click. From the kitchen. She froze. She waited. Maybe the fridge settling, maybe the radiator. Then, a shuffle, the faintest rasp, like a mouse dragging a chip bag. Ariana waited. Her pulse seemed to hover, unreeling in the quiet. She waited until the clock on her phone changed to 2:01, then slid off the futon, bare feet shock cold against the laminate. She tiptoed to the kitchen. The fridge closed, the room empty. Nothing. Ariana opened a cupboard. A mug, nothing more. She dismissed it, padded back across the room, and fell into the futon again. But she didn't sleep. Not really. Ariana's alarm woke her at 6 a.m. A blare of angry horns that left her knuckles dented from the force of hitting snooze. She showered in hot water until her skin shone pink, then picked her least dirty pair of leggings and a shirt from the floor. The city's morning light, tentative and jaundiced, barely touched the ground. She layered up and hit the streets. At the cafe, she made small talk with the day manager and rolled her eyes at the single regular who always hit on her. She poured lattes, wiped counters, and pretended that the ache in her jaw was just from smiling too much. At 10:17 the owner called, her voice crimped with nerves, and asked Ariana to cover the closing shift because Chelsea's grandma had a fall. Ariana agreed, of course she did, and closed her phone with a click that sounded like a cell door. It was night again when she left. Her backpack was heavier with milk and instant noodles she'd been allowed to borrow. She made her way past the grocery store and the oil sign, still flickering, still failed, and turned up the block to her apartment. A white Prius tailed her for half a block and then stopped, engine off, headlights dead. She kept her eyes forward, the instinct to run strong but overridden by embarrassment. She let herself into the building, spun the locks, and checked the peephole. The car was nowhere to be seen. She almost laughed. The apartment, unchanged. She kicked off her shoes. But as she stood in the entry, the silence turned sticky. Her backpack felt wrong, like someone had dropped a rock in it. She pulled the zipper. Milk, noodles, a folded sheet of white paper she didn't remember. Kind of coupon, a flyer? But there was handwriting. All caps, diagonal scrawl, black marker bleeding through. I saw you sleeping. That was it. No logo, no phone number, just the sentence. She turned the paper over. Blank. Back again. Same message. The marker had pushed deep enough to pucker the sheet, as if someone had pressed each letter through the paper's skin. Ariana shook the note. No trick. Nothing else. It wasn't even her own handwriting. She was sure. And it was definitely not the font of the cafe notes or her roommate's loopy script. Her heart spiked, then settled in a strange, acidic calm. She considered the possibility of a prank. Maybe one of the guys from work with too much time and a weird sense of humor. But she couldn't picture any of them sneaking into her bag. She set the note on the counter and taped it to the fridge, right next to the expired coupons. Then, with a kind of stubbornness, she made noodles, ate them with the milk straight from the carton, and went to bed early, feet still curled from the cold. She dreamed that night, which she almost never did, gray, endless corridors and a constant, indeterminate knock at the doors. She woke up with the taste of metal in her mouth, her pillow soaked through with sweat. 2 mornings later, a package arrived. It was waiting on the mat in front of her door, brown papered and tied with thick, fibrous string. There was no label, no shipping information, just her name in crude Sharpa letters. Ariana. The twine was sticky, and a faint mineral smell drifted from the seams. She hesitated, thumb pressed hard against the knot, before tearing it open. Inside was a book, a blank black hardcover, unmarked, and a key old and worn, its handle shaped like a tiny screaming face. Ariana laughed, the sound echoing hollowly through the hall. She went back inside, clutching the book and the key, and sat cross-legged on the futon. The book's pages were empty except for one, about halfway through, dense with more block capitals. The key was taped to the center. The message read, "The door is waiting / you know which one / do not close your eyes too long." She pried the key from the page, flicked it between her fingers, and grinned. A joke, then an escalation. She could appreciate commitment. Still, her eyes darted to the closet, the storage space in the hall, the utility room she passed every day but never really saw. The rest of the day was a slow seep of anxiety, thickening with every hour until her body felt rimed with paste. At midnight, she stood in front of her closet and tried the key in the lock. It didn't fit. The face of the key was too warped to even enter. She tried the laundry room next, then the storage unit in the dim, humming basement. Nothing. But at the end of the basement hall, past the soda machines and the forgotten tricycles, there was a door she had never noticed before. No number, no knob, just a blank metal slab with a keyhole that looked like a punctured wound. She held the key at arm's length. The door seemed to resist, pushing the teeth of the key away, but she pressed harder and it slid. Not with a click, but with the slow, wet give of something decomposing. The door swung open an inch, then another, then drifted wide, hinges silent. Cold, blue-white light shimmered in the darkness beyond. Ariana stepped forward. It did not feel like fear, not exactly. More like going on stage the moment before the spotlight. The crowd invisible, but the heat pressing closer. On the other side was not a room or a closet or any familiar geometry. It was a corridor, lined with doors, all without handles. The walls were the same municipal beige as every apartment she'd ever rented. But the air was sharp. A few minutes later, Ariana's apartment was thrumming, every surface prickling with nervous energy. Even the windows shook a little in their frames. Ariana shut her front door, checked the lock 3 times, then leaned her head against the peeling paint, willing her heart to slow. The mail slot clacked and rattled. Ariana stepped away, shuffling her feet over the thin, stubbly carpet and pressing her back against the wall. The apartment's overhead light flickered on and off, a cheap CFL bulb chattering itself toward death. The short hallway felt funhouse long. She half expected it to spiral, elongate, become more monstrous if she stared long enough at the ugly runner rug. The television in her bedroom was suddenly on. Ariana flinched in a painful, full-body way. Her hip cracked. Her teeth bit her bottom lip hard enough to sting. She'd left it off. She knew she had. But the laugh track and canned applause coming from the other room told a different story. Ariana resisted the urge to call out for help. She would not be that girl who phoned 911 because her TV was possessed. Instead, she straightened her back and took a slow, even breath, the way a therapist once taught her. Cool air into the nose, out through the mouth. The air was thick and tasted of drywall dust and the oniony scent of her neighbor's cooking. She muttered to herself, "Everything's fine. It's just an old building. Electrical stuff is weird in these places. Chill, Ariana." She crept toward her bedroom door, which she'd left ajar. The television's light spattered blue shadows across the hardwood floor, making the air thick with jumpy, cold energy. Ariana nudged the door open with 2 trembling fingers. The TV was on, but tuned to static, a pulsing, gray-black snowstorm. The volume knob had been twisted to max. The only thing louder than the static was the way her pulse pounded in her ears, jittery and arrhythmic. She reached for the remote, but it wasn't on the nightstand where she'd left it. Instead, it was on the bed, half under the pillow, like someone had been watching TV lying down. There was an indent on the sheets, pressed as if by a body. Ariana stared. The indent was too deep for one of her looser, lumpy pillows. She touched the hollow, cold. She pressed her hand deeper into the bedding, searching for warmth, for some proof that she was being ridiculous. She found none. Ariana shut off the TV with the side button. Her thumb snagged on the plastic, scraping a thin layer of skin, and the apartment fell into a black so complete it vibrated behind her eyes. She heard something bump in the kitchen, the clatter of a glass on laminate, a dull, brief thud, and then the faint tinkling as it rolled. Ariana wondered if the glass was rolling toward her, if it might keep rolling in defiance of physics, all the way down the hall and into her room. She braced herself for the sound, but it never came. Silence crowded the apartment. She fought the urge to check the kitchen, knowing that if she let the dark win, it would just pile up behind her, waiting for the next time she let her guard down. She flipped on the bedroom lamp. Its yellow cone of light spilled across the familiar mess. Piles of old clothes, a couple of unopened mailers, a coffee cup tilting on the edge of the dresser. Behind the curtain of everyday life, nothing about her room seemed off, except for the cold spot still pooled in the sheets. Ariana pulled the blankets tight around herself, cocooning her body, and lay down where the indent had been. It was like curling up inside an outline drawn for her, a silhouette she didn't fit. She stared at the ceiling, fingers curled into fists under the pillow. She listened for the glass, but it refused to make itself known. Maybe it had shattered, or maybe it had never moved at all and her ears had played a trick. She ran through possible explanations for everything. Old pipes, off-kilter floors, her own jumpy nerves. Her phone buzzed. A text from Zoe, "Yo, you okay?" Followed by, "I'm outside. Wants me to check in?" Ariana let out a rusty laugh and replied, "Sure, but don't expect snacks." The hallway light outside her door flicked off, then on, as Zoe's boots stomped up the stairs. Ariana heard her friend muttering as she fumbled with her keys, then the little bark of greeting as the door swung open. Cold air rushed in with Zoe, smelling like rain and the sweet chemical tang of her vape. Her friend's face was blue lit from her phone. Ariana noticed the dark circles under Zoe's eyes, the slightly manic tilt to her mouth. Zoe took in the scene, the TV, the upturned glass in the kitchen, the rumpled bedding, then looked Ariana up and down. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, dropping her duffel on the floor. "Not a ghost, just the usual parade of brain garbage," Ariana said, trying to make her voice light. She didn't want to talk about the cold spot, the moving glass, or the TV tuned to static. She wanted her apartment to be boring and ordinary in hers. Zoe shrugged, like she'd expected as much. The two of them sat cross-legged on the bed, Ariana's blanket fortress tight around them. Zoe started scrolling through TikTok, holding the phone between them, and the room filled with the familiar thrum of stitched videos, bad dancing, and hot dog filter faces. It worked, sort of. It made the empty spaces in the apartment recede just enough for Ariana to breathe. But as the night stretched on, the feeling didn't fade. The cold was still there, huddled somewhere unseen. Ariana couldn't shake the thought that the apartment was watching, shivering in anticipation of something. She told herself to ignore it, to focus on Zoe's jokes, the warmth of her body nearby, the comfort of someone else's breathing in the same room. She tried so hard to believe in the ordinary. She'd almost convinced herself by midnight, until she heard the low, grating hiss of static again. From the other room, through the thin crack under the door, the TV had turned itself back on. Ariana and Zoe locked eyes. Neither of them blinked. Neither of them smiled. Outside, night was a mouth sucking the last warm juice from the ragged world. Ariana jogged across the deserted parking lot, her feet slapping echoes between vacant cars. Her phone was dead, and she swore she'd left her charger in the passenger seat. But the Honda was locked, keys still in her purse, probably 20 feet behind her in the crumbly vestibule of the bowling alley. That squat, brutalist bastard where her friends now sat, faces lit ghostly from below by picture light and angry notifications. Even with the doors shut, she could still make out the muffled, gelatinous thrum of their arguing. She stopped running. Her knees ached. Nausea skirted the edge of her throat. The air was dense and wet, sweetened by the decomposing marsh on the other side of the fence. Everything smelled like a biology classroom, formalin and old leaves. It clung to her acrylic nails, made her scalp itch. She pressed her head to the metal, cold and vibrating faintly, the chain-link fence that, according to legend, bounded nothing except the river and a stunted strip of land owned by the city. It was hard, in this light, to tell where the fence ended and the reeds began. Something cracked in the darkness, a delicate snap, and Ariana jerked upright, heart bucking. "Shit," she hissed. She squinted, but there was nothing to see. Only the long, unbroken road striping off, the yellowed sign for the bowling alley, a single streetlight flickering in epileptic bursts. She took 2 steps backward, then stopped again. There was the sound, again a little closer. Ariana grinned. It was some woodland critter, no doubt. Raccoons, foxes, maybe a stray dog, maybe a coyote. The thought made a warm, adrenal fizz in her chest, a lizard brain appetite for danger she never could fully explain. She'd been described in school as high energy and gregarious, a diagnosis as imprecise as any. She preferred, "Ariana goes where she wants." Tonight, she wanted to climb the fence. She kicked off the stilettos, hooked one foot, then the other into the diamond spaces and started to scramble. Her dress, tight as a sausage casing, caught on the top rail and yanked her backward. But she caught herself with one cold palm, ignoring the deep, insistent bite of the wire. She pulled herself over, boots dangling indecently, and dropped onto a drifting mattress of weeds and trash. The property on this side of the fence was less than a football field wide, bordered by the oily river, and punctuated by the faint, perpetual barking from the animal control center upwind. She'd always wondered if the rumors were true. The city pounds them up and dumps them in the water, like nightly. She'd never seen a single floating dog. But she had seen, from the right angle, the way the streetlights reflected eyeshine, pinprick orange in the black. She knelt, her bare toes flexed in the mud, cold and alert. Another crunch from the thicket ahead, and she straightened, facing it. "Hello?" she called. A wind rose through the reeds. The appendage of a willow tree clattered, unexpectedly near. She reached down, found a cracked length of wood, probably a broomstick or a chunk of shutter, and hefted it with both hands, as if she'd been born for this. "If you're a raccoon," she advised, waving the stick, "I will fucking fight you." She moved forward, feeling the uneven ground, something slick and bulbous underfoot, rotted fruit, or maybe the stray heads of onions. The air was rich with it, the humid exhalation of a million moldering things. Her stomach narrowed and she pressed her tongue against her front teeth, steadying herself, straining against the pull to just turn around, go back. She didn't go back. Instead, Ariana marched right into the darkness, letting her eyes dilate until the landscape was tinted in blue, a pre-dawn glow. The noises ceased. There was a silence as deliberate as a drawn breath. Dead trees arched at odd angles, their trunks slick with moss. Farther ahead, a shape moved and froze. A skinny dog, mangy and black-eyed, ribcage caving inward like a tent collapsing. The light caught the dull spike of bone at its haunch. It regarded her, unblinking. Ariana lowered the stick. "Come here," she coaxed, voice syrupy. "Come here, puppy." The dog did not move. It only trembled, like a muscle under skin. Then it turned and vanished behind a buckled log. Ariana followed, with the exasperated loyalty of someone who always finished what she started. She squeezed under a tangle of branches, the bark slimy under her palms, and emerged in a clearing no larger than a card table. Here, the ground was denuded, raw, nothing to it but the chalky drift of sand. She could see the river from this angle, shimmering faintly. The dog was nowhere. Overhead, the moon pushed free of the clouds. She saw the ground pocked with little holes, as if someone had been digging over and over with chopstick fingers. Ariana's vision narrowed. She crouched, brushed her hand over the sand. Fine, wet silt, giving off the odor of a terrarium gone sour. She looked up, expecting to see the dog, or maybe the glowing dome of the bowling alley. But the world above the clearing was smothered by the sagging roof of moss and leaves. She held her breath, feeling a chill that wasn't wind. Ariana pushed herself up, hands first, legs numb from kneeling. She was about to turn back, finally sensibly, when something cold pressed against her ankle. She jerked away, but the thing was strong. It wrapped her leg, pinched, then let go. She screamed, a sound that thudded in the small space, then collapsed into silence. Another thing brushed her thigh. Ariana staggered into the tree line, slashing the stick at the shadows. She heard a shuffling, a whisper of skin against bark, and something bright and curved flashed in the darkness. She batted at it, striking foam, and another shriek burst out, this time not from her. "Fuck off!" she yelled, swinging blindly. The stick connected with something soft, and there was a breathless exhale, like air escaping a balloon. The thing reeled back, then advanced fast and low. In the moonlight, she saw arms. Many arms, impossibly thin, jointed, every joint opening the wrong way. She began to laugh, Not hysteria, more a wild incredulity. For all her life, she had made it her mission to expose herself to as much of the world's bullshit as possible. She'd gotten so used to being disappointed by the ordinary that the extraordinary struck her as a kind of grace. This, she thought, is exactly my kind of night. The thing lunged and she stepped aside. It was fast, but clumsy, and as it missed her, Ariana brought the stick down on what she hoped was a head. Wet impact. The arm spasmed, caught her wrist, tried to pull her closer, but she yanked free, teeth bared. She shouted again, more from habit than malice. "Get off me, gross motherfucker!" The arms let go. The creature scuttled sideways, then retreated, its massive limbs dragging it backwards into the bracken. She didn't chase it. Instead, Ariana leaned against a tree, panting, half laughing. The clearing was empty, except for the shallow holes and her own ragged footprints. Her purse, she realized, was gone. Had she ever left it back at the alley, or had she dropped it out here? For a stupid second, she considered turning back. Look for it. Nope. She stumbled across the clearing, dragging the stick toward the glimmer of the river. The air seemed thinner now, the old terror replaced by the familiar white noise of being alive. The creature was gone, or she thought not gone. Waiting. She grinned, her face an unspooling rubber band. Ariana found the riverbank and squatted, washing the mud from her feet and arms. The water was as cold as glass and just as clean. When she stood, the clearing seemed smaller, the edges crumpled inward. The city's lights were too distant to reach her. She pressed her palm to her leg, checking for blood, none, and started back to the fence. Nothing chased her. The ordinary world, with its sodium lights and recycled air and distant, echoing friends, was exactly where she'd left it. Ariana scaled the fence, ignoring the line of pain as the top knotted her dress, and dropped into the parking lot. She felt the cold spread through her lungs as she jogged barefoot back to the bowling alley, backlit by the moon and the low, patient hum of the world. On the way, she peered over her shoulder, just to check. Behind her, darkness pooled in the hollow, and something watched, silent, arms gathered to its chest. She grinned, all teeth, and blew it a kiss. The next morning, Ariana woke to a text. "You were wild last night, lol." Her thighs still ached, and there was a crescent-shaped bruise just above her ankle, already blooming blue and red. She took a hot shower and watched the water run pink. Nina and Liz had made plans for brunch at the cafe by the train station. Ariana showed up early, as always, and nursed a coffee with extra syrup, savoring the sugar burn at the back of her throat. She thought about the arms, the way they bent, the certainty of their intent. She thought about what it must be like to know only hunger. Nina slid into the booth across from her, all chipmunk cheeks and sleep-mussed hair. "You look like shit," she said, grinning. "You should see the other guy," said Ariana, and sipped. Liz arrived a minute later. She wore sunglasses despite the rain and smelled of essential oils and someone else's cigarettes. "What happened to your leg?" Ariana looked down at the bruise. "Coyote," she said, and they both laughed, which is what she'd wanted. The world outside was washed out, barely lit, and the parking lot shimmered with oil rainbows. For a second, she thought she caught something moving at the edge of the lot. A splash of darkness, the suggestion of motion. Maybe an animal, maybe something else. She didn't care. Not really. Nina and Liz debated the merits of bottomless mimosas. Ariana watched the window, waiting, always, for the next thing to show its face. It would. Things always did. On the third night, Ariana waited until the bowling alley closed. She wanted to be alone. She had not stopped thinking about the clearings, the cold water, the thing with many arms. Its intent had seemed so needy, so pointed. That was what frightened her most. Not the violence, but the focus, the way it wanted her, specifically, not just as food or curiosity, but as a target. a necessity. She circled the perimeter on foot, head throbbing from too many Red Bulls, until she found the breach in the chain link. It had not been there before. The edges were jagged, but unmistakably cut. She ducked through, ignoring the spikes, and found herself again on the marsh side, the smell of decay sharp as cloves. There was the familiar hush, the small, hungry wind, the awful underfoot. She walked faster into the gloom, stick in hand, the way a kid might walk the edges of a haunted house. The holes in the sand were bigger, deeper, rimmed with blood and darker things. Some of them were filled with muddy water, the surface trembling with ripples. Ariana approached the nearest hole and peered in. Something was there, just below the surface. It moved, slowly, as if waiting for her to reach in. She did not. Instead, she retreated to the willow and called, "Hey, come on out." The bravado sounded brittle, but it made her feel better. It answered. The thing emerged from behind the tree. She realized with a start that it was taller than she'd thought, the size of a tall man hunched over. The yell had been growing louder for a few minutes. Ariana at first mistook it for a hungover scream echoing into a window well from the street below. After a restless hour under threadbare sheets, she'd finally accepted the impossibility of sleep, and so she rose, donned padded slippers, and wandered toward the kitchen to dump out her unfinished gin and tonic from last night's impromptu after-work event. Her living room was a narrow, grimy rectangle with yellowed ceiling tiles and the occasional pocket of mold, but through the grit-streaked panes she could make out the top floors of the towers near Shannon Hospital, and the pink neon that sputtered above the 24-hour laundromat. Another scream, not as raw this time, closer to the lowing of some starved dog, or the bark of a drunk who'd reached the phase where dignity is just a punchline. It seemed to come from the alley below her, right beneath the bedroom window. She stood, sifting the sink water for the familiar metallic and lime tang of her abandoned beverage, and waited to see if it would happen again. At first, nothing but the fuzzy pack rat clutter of distant traffic and wind skittering up past the dumpsters. Then, a set of 3 deliberate thumps, something hard striking brick, maybe, followed by a wet grunt. Ariana's stomach called the bluff of her gin hangover with a sudden lurch, but she steadied herself at the laminate countertop and waited. She did this a lot. Observed, waited, cataloged her observations. It was one of her major skills. Not so much patience, as unblinking, unjudging curiosity. She liked to think that this made her exceptionally good at her job, or at least at diagnosing the shared mental pathologies of the petty criminals and strung-out insomniacs that haunted the late-night psychiatric ER. The staccato thumping returned, now with a definite rhythm. She heard the whinny of a metal cart, probably old Joe, collecting aluminum cans from the recycling bins, a sound like the snapping of celery wrists, and then silence. Ariana peeled back the curtain and pressed her face to the cold pane. The mouth of the alley directly below was wreathed in shadow, but she glimpsed a dark hunching bulk, hunched but moving, like a badger or a crouched man. There was no gleam of streetlight on skin, no movement that suggested ordinary human contortions. She watched for another minute, then lost sight of it as it melted into the maze of overflowing trash barrels near the loading dock of the laundromat. She stayed by the window, teeth set, listening. She told herself she would not call anyone. The city was always full of weird noises, and the residents of 413 River Street were a living catalog of the peculiar and the abject. Besides, the last time she'd reported a disturbance, the cops had sent 2 rookies who spent 20 minutes in casual flirtation before writing her a ticket for a false report. No, she'd handle this one herself. The next morning, the noise had faded into a persistent headache, but when Ariana left for the hospital, she made sure to take the alley route. Her sneakers slipped a little on the slick of something unidentifiable that coated the bottom step, drawn up onto the back wall in an elongated dark spatter. She froze, unprepared for the metallic, sweetish odor that hit her nose. Not floral, not quite. Something else. The professional part of her mind supplied the word, purulent, like the drainage from an infected wound, heavily laced with copper. Her tongue pressed against her palate, resisting the urge to gag. She bent over the slick, examining its crescent-shaped trails, and saw that there were slivers of bone in the mess. Small, white, some no longer than a pencil lead. An animal had gotten into the garbage, most likely, but the orderly, almost patterned arcs of blood and something she did not want to identify looked nothing like an ordinary rat's feast. She continued to the hospital, shaking, heartbeat thumping in time with her hurried steps. By 9 a.m., Ariana was deep into her first intake. She steered the teenage girl into a yellow plastic chair, opened a blank file on her battered laptop, and asked her carefully prepared battery of questions. Did she hear voices? See things nobody else saw? Was she hungry, angry, tired, bored? The girl, whose name was Elaine, answered everything in the negative, eyes fixed on the space 2 feet above Ariana's left shoulder. Near the window, a television cycled through the local news. The photogenic anchor's voice was artificially grave. In breaking news, police are investigating the apparent disappearance of a local man known to frequent the downtown business district. Authorities are keeping details under wraps, but sources suggest possible foul play. Ariana closed her laptop with a decisive snap. She dismissed the girl, and before she knew it, she had exited the ER's sodden linoleum corridors, barely pausing to grab her jacket. At her locker, she fished out her phone and thumbed through the missed calls. 2 from her mother, 1 from a number she didn't recognize. She called it, and old Joe's gravel-voiced rasp greeted her. "Doc," he said, "you see that alley this morning? I found something strange with the cans. Gave me the creeps. You should take a look. If it's you, not the cops." Ariana told him she'd meet him at the alley after her shift. He sounded relieved, which, for old Joe, meant he hung up mid-sentence instead of finishing his thought. Alex worked the evening desk at the ER. Alex was tall, skinny, and a bit of a nervous wreck, but his observations were sharp. Ariana liked him because, like her, he found the job as much a source of grim amusement as existential horror. He slid over her patient log and leaned in, voice low. "You hear about the thing last night? The guy behind the laundromat." His tone was jittery, but there was a note of excitement. "Cops won't even say what it was, but the janitor says he saw blood, like a gallon of it, but nothing else. No body, not even footprints." Ariana filed this away, stood, and announced that she was taking a break. Alex didn't question her, just gave her a faint, wry smile. In the alley, old Joe waited. He wasn't old in the way of grandfathers. More like the kind of old that comes from sleeping on concrete and drinking your weight in malt liquor every 24 hours for 16 straight years. He pointed to the base of the alley wall. "Didn't want to tell the other residents. Some of them get spooked too easy. Figured you'd know if it's a dead animal or what." His voice was almost apologetic. Ariana squatted and peered at the new smear, which had grown in the hours since morning. A wad of black-streaked fur stuck to the bricks, but there was nothing left that might once have wagged, pounced, or meowed. Only the suggestion of former animal, and a pile of bones that looked exactly like the anatomy posters in the children's clinic, minimal, tidy, cleanly picked. For a moment, she pictured the thing she'd glimpsed last night. Hunched, dark, moving badly, as if its limbs had been attached with cheap plastic rivets. Then she shook her head. "Could be a really sick dog," she said aloud, though Joe was already retreating, favoring his left side. That night, she double-locked the window and left a light on in the kitchen. Even so, at 3 a.m., there was a tremble in the floorboards above her head, and a cold, raw draft pushed through the paper-thin seams of her apartment. She sat up, heart pounding. She told herself over and over that it was nothing. Just the wind, the city, maybe old Joe tossing empties into his shopping cart. The moment her feet touched the linoleum, She knew she'd get no sleep until she checked the window. She padded across to the glass and lifted a sliver of curtain. On the fire escape, 6 feet away, she locked eyes with a shape. It was human in the sense that it had a head, 2 appendages, and a left foot balanced on the grating. But the skin, even in the sodium yellow glow of the alley, seemed painted on, too thin to hide the raw churn of veins beneath. It smiled, or seemed to, as its mouth split into a ragged semicircle. She did not move, did not exhale. The moment stretched. The thing did not move either. It just stood, swaying slightly, the way very old people do when every joint is on the cusp of failing. Then, softly, it pressed its body, shoulders, face, hands, flat against the glass, as if interested in its own reflection. Ariana was not religious, but she crossed herself, first 2 fingers, then thumb, center of her chest. The thing's forehead pressed the glass until a window pane cracked, and she heard an almost feline whining come from deep in its rib cage. It drew away, trembling, wobbling, then slithered out of view. She did not sleep that night, nor the night after. 2 days later, the city would erupt into news stories about the River Street incidents. There would be more blood, more missing bodies, and notes hastily written in lipstick on the doors to the service apartments. It's coming. Don't sleep. Don't open the window. Ariana listened. She stopped sleeping, started walking the streets for hours every night, watching shadows, charting their migration through the urban arteries. In time, she discovered that the thing on the fire escape was not the only one, nor the most terrible. The bodega's air conditioning barely cut through the June heat. Ariana's t-shirt stuck between her shoulder blades as she juggled a can of cold yerba mate, a plastic suitcase of spring water, and a half-pound of spicy turkey. Billy Martinez, who'd worked the register since forever, noticed her balancing act and waggled his eyebrows. "Elbow, Billy?" Ariana said, and he smirked, an unspoken commiseration between city dwellers, the 2 other customers, a brittle-haired woman sorting through scratch-offs and an old man with a 6-pack of warming Modelo. Moved just enough to suggest the idea of social distancing, then let it fizzle. Ariana dug her phone from her bike shorts. A text pinged. "Incoming client. Deadline tomorrow. You can do it. ARP." She thumbed back. "Remind me it's worth it." Then stuck the phone between her teeth to retrieve her debit card from her sock. Billy snorted. "Why you even try those pockets? They're a joke," he said. "Let me unionize," she grunted, and dropped the mate, water, and turkey onto the counter. He bagged her loot, slid the receipt over. "Hang in, kid. You running. Power walking," she said, already halfway to the door, the ice-cold compressed between her ribs. Outside, a sky the color of skim milk boiled over Houston Street, and heat, real city heat, the invasive kind, hovered midair like ozone. Ariana pawed through the bag for her mate, snapped it open with a decisive pop, and let the first swallow run bitter down her throat. It snagged on the memory of last night's meeting. 10 strangers with lanyards, mismatched folding chairs, and the ancient fear that flickered in every eye when the project lead said, "Ghosting protocol." It wasn't supposed to mean ghosts, literal ghosts, but there was a queasy edge to ARP's office that screamed of hauntings. Cubicles arranged like symmetrical headstones. The stairwell she always took instead of the elevator, with its ritual clang of her sneakers on metal steps, that never stopped feeling like a descent into some subterranean temple. Even the silence buzzed there, as if the building itself was holding its breath. She wrestled her single-gear track bike from the rack, clamped the grocery bag to the handlebars, and cut across the street, dodging a rolling suitcase and a delivery truck. She timed each green light with a gambler's faith, then coasted along the riverside, letting the wind sting her face, feeling the plush pressure of potassium through her veins. An hour later, she was home, the studio apartment just south of Delancey. The elevator was out again. Fine. She preferred the stairwell, its flaking paint and ammoniac tang of uncertainty. Her door unlocked with the ugly crunch only years of city living could teach. The apartment was a perfect square, white on exploding succulents, with a nest of laptops and cabling tacked together like a creature from a fever dream. She kicked the door shut, dropped the bag, and padded over to the mini fridge. Lunch was turkey rolled up in a tortilla, eaten standing up. The evening's work waited for her on a cracked Lenovo, a stack of files for a viral campaign, this one for something called the Dead of Night Experience. A launch scheduled for July, the brief written in that desperate tone of a startup bloated on VC money and panic. She'd seen the viral teaser, grainy footage of empty subway tunnels, a flicker of white at the edge of the frame, whispers layered backwards into the soundtrack. Gimmicks, she thought, but damn if they didn't work. People loved to scare themselves. Ariana queued up the campaign assets, scanned video thumbnails until her own face appeared. Dark hair cropped close, a cheekbone still healing purple from last month's bike spill. She preferred to be behind the camera, yet here she was, starring in every frame. Some AR intern must have scraped her from the test shoot, never expecting the files would echo through the final cut. She shrugged, reminded herself again that it was all for the paycheck, and opened the next file. A chill unfurled at the base of her neck, a reflexive shiver. The next video wasn't one she remembered filming. Lights off, just the green glow of the night vision function. Her own voice, whispering numbers as if counting heartbeats. 12, 13, 14. The image ducked and weaved as if she or someone borrowing her perspective was crawling. A sudden lurch and the feed went black. She sat back. Okay, weird, but maybe it was a splice job, director's cut stuff. 7 weeks of freelance gigs had left her sleep-addled and jumpy, and she'd seen worse editing. Still, the numbers stuck in her head, marching in time to the fluorescent hum of her apartment. Outside, behind her second-story window, the alley filled with the usual chorus of early night. Trash trucks, a shouting match between a couple, the thumping underbeat of a block party 3 buildings down. Noise was comfort. She wrapped herself in it, worked the campaign until her eyes ached, then collapsed onto the futon. She didn't bother with the lights. What woke her first was the whisper. It came from inside her head. She was sure of it, but the sound was wet, as if bubbling up from under the bed. She rolled, thumped to the floor, her hands thrown wide in weird, animal fear. Nothing. No rats, no bug-eyed strangers in the closet. She went back to sleep, pulse high. The next morning, the city was a hothouse, every surface steaming with last night's rain. Ariana rode to ARPHQ, zipped through bike traffic, and docked in front of the glass doors. Inside, the same cubicle graveyard, the fake ficus trees, the ghost pale faces of her coworkers half-lit by LED monitors. She threaded the maze, feeling the eyes that followed her, shrugged the gaze off with a practiced tilt of her head. Meeting at 9 o'clock sharp, the project lead, Ephraim, a beanpole in ancient cardigan, greeted her with brittle energy. He tapped his phone, gestured for Ariana to sit. "Walk with me," he said, as if the last thing either of them wanted was to sit. They wandered the empty hallways, Ephraim muttering, "There's a bug in the beta. Had to nuke the server last night. All assets reverted to backup. You'll need to scrape the live files again, sorry." Ariana nodded. This was ordinary. What kind of bug? Memory leak. Half the testing team ended up with corrupted logs. Weird stuff, random timestamps, phantom audio, nothing serious. Just spooked the interns. She wanted to laugh. Instead, she settled for, "Guess sleep is overrated." They reached the server room, which was about as haunted as a server room could get. The locked cage, the hum of cold fans, the stench of plastic, faint burning. Ephraim swiped his card, ducked inside, then hesitated. "Listen, you're good at this. he said, not looking at her. Just flag anything ghosty, okay? He winced, as if the word caused him pain. Ghosty? Ariana hadn't slept sober in 3 weeks, but she could still spot a seed of panic in a manager's voice. Ephraim shrugged. Apology, embarrassment, or maybe just the cardigan pinching his neck. There's a rumor, some client-side dev, maybe an inside prank? You're street smart, just don't let it get under your skin. She promised, but the elevator mirror caught her on the way down and she saw the smudge under her left eye, the way her reflection doubled in the steel. 2 Arianas, one behind the other. She touched her face, then pressed both hands flat against the cool metal and let herself breathe. At her desk, she sipped gasoline-flavored coffee and reopened the Dead of Night campaign. The folders had multiplied overnight, it looked like. One new folder, time-stamped, nested in the main directory. She opened it. Inside, low-grade video files, each named with a date and a string of numbers. The latest, 20230618_0144. She clicked. The video was short, only 40 seconds. It started in darkness. The night vision eye blinked on, then flared as the lens caught the inside of the server room. She saw herself, her real self, her today self, standing between the racks talking to Ephraim. The camera zoomed in fast, then veered away, jittered along the floor like a wounded animal. A hand, pale and long-fingered, reached into frame, then vanished. The feed cut out, then replayed back and forward in a skipping loop. Ariana checked the properties. The footage was captured last night, 1:44 a.m. She was asleep, miles away in her apartment, her phone on Do Not Disturb. She tried to trace the video's origin, but the file header was scrambled, unsigned, like it had been uploaded from inside the network. She looked up, scanning the cubicles, then pressed her earbuds in and played the video again. The voice came at the end. 18, it whispered. Then something like a laugh, but cut off the way a dial-up modem might cackle. She deleted the file, cleared the trash, reran the security scan. Nothing. The rest of the day was hot. Static pooled behind her eyes. The AC clanked above her cubicle, dripping on and off in sync with her racing pulse. Work ended late as always. Ariana biked home down Bowery as the sunset curdled into purple. By midnight, the laptop wouldn't start. It hung on the manufacturer's logo, then flickered with an error message, the kind written by someone who expected nobody would ever see it. Sleep mode violation. Incubating user. Stand by. She sat, cross-legged in the dark, watching the message blink. She tried the power button, tried safe mode, tried everything. The message persisted. Incubating user. Stand by. A subtle odor filled the room. Burnt silicon, or maybe just the funk of a too long-worn sports bra. Ariana shut the lid, laid on her back, and stared at the ceiling. She heard the whisper again, but this time it came from the hallway. A scratch, a drag, as if someone was rolling a heavy sack outside her door. Her phone vibrated. A known number. She answered without thinking. Yeah, a hiss. Then a voice, close to her own in pitch but wrong in the way a recording is wrong, said, "Don't look now." Ariana hung up. She got up, circumnavigated the apartment twice, checked every window, the closet, the shower stall. Nothing but the city, fermenting its usual night symphony. She slipped back into sleep, braining herself with melatonin, but the dreams, her brain ran hot, like a phone on overcharge. She dreamed herself running through the server room, the lights gone red, the floor vibrating with the hum of invisible machinery. Hands reached from the racks, not human hands. Long as bones, fingers dragging themselves bluntly over her arms as she ran, counting. 18, 19, 20. She woke tangled in her sheets, sweat pinning her limbs. The sunlight was already abrasive through the window. She texted Ephraim, asked for a day remote. He replied seconds later, NP. R&D is locked for debugging anyway. See you Friday? She responded. She cracked her knuckles, checked the laptop. It had started up on its own. The error was gone. She checked the timestamped folder. 3 new videos. She opened the first. Her own face, close to the lens, but her eyes rolled back, mouth open, blood trailing from her nose to the corner of her lip. She was talking in a voice that wasn't hers. We see you. We see you. We see you. She shut the laptop. She opened it again, deleted the folder, ran a malware scan. Ariana wasn't scared. Not exactly, not the way you're supposed to be. She was pissed. She spent the next hour tracking the network activity, routing it through every side channel she could. She left the apartment for the first time in days, legs braced to the electric hum in the city that made her shudder inside her rat-gnawed sneakers. It was almost dusk. Eastern lights slashed through the grimy alleys, cutting hard shadows under the fire escapes. Ariana hoisted her backpack higher, running a knuckle over her chapped lips, thinking, if I don't stock up now, I'll eat the damn futon by Wednesday. The 7-Eleven was a block away, wedged among a dry cleaners and some ancient, muttering bar that she never saw open, but always caught the tang of bleach and the sour linger of beer every time she stomped past its unlit windows. Ariana punched the light at the crosswalk, checked for suicidal bikers, and hustled across. The wind was full of cigarette stubs and something clotted. A dead thing, maybe, somewhere not too far off, rotting with a low, doggy sweetness. She wrinkled her nose and shoved through the 7-Eleven door, hit by a wave of air conditioning and that weirdly consistent smell of old nacho cheese and artificial grape. Inside, every fluorescent panel buzzed and glared, and her shadow, sharp and inky, stuck to her ankles. There was only one other customer, a shivering old woman in a thin coat, standing at the coffee bar and tapping a coin against the counter. Ariana recognized her. She lived 2 floors up and shuffled around the halls at odd hours, always carrying one of those little paper-wrapped muffins from here. The clerks cycled, but today it was the young one with dark circles painted beneath his eyes, like he'd never slept a full night in his life. Ariana made a beeline for the refrigerated section, grabbing a pizza and a 2-liter of off-brand soda. She snatched up one of the muffins for the lady, too, figuring it'd be a nice gesture, but also because, if she didn't, it would nag her all night. She balanced the haul on her hip, squinting at the long black scuff marks on the floor as she walked to the counter. The clerk barely looked at her. ID for the beer? His voice sounded like loose gravel. I'm not. She glanced at the shelf, realized she'd grabbed a 6-pack absently, like it was part of her limb extension. Oh, you know me, Mark. You literally sold me a bag of ice at 3 a.m. last Friday. He shrugged and punched numbers, then finally met her gaze. His eyes were hollow and yellowed, whites webbed with red. You ever hear the cats at night? Ariana snickered. I hear everything at night. These walls are baloney. He bagged her stuff, fingers long and bony. No, like the cats. Under the dumpsters. They sound off lately, like they're not fighting or in heat. More like they're talking. The air around him had a peppery, burnt smell, and Ariana made a face to cover her unease. Maybe you're just tired? Mark's expression flickered. Maybe, he said, just keep your head down after dark, okay? Weirdos out. She gave him a 2-finger salute, then wandered over to the old woman, who was still counting her coins and had not yet poured herself any coffee. Ariana plucked a muffin from the shelf and placed it in the woman's hand. The old woman flinched, eyes wide and fogged, then settled back into herself with a soft sigh. Thank you, dear, she whispered. Her breath was a thin, gray ribbon. Ariana shivered again, but only inwardly. Ghosts were nothing new in the city. They stacked up everywhere, on park benches, in subway seats, at the boundary of every midnight. Most people ignored them until it was their turn. She grinned at the old woman in a friendly way, then slipped out of the store and into gloom. On the walk home, her hoodie did nothing for the wind, and the city's skin had gone wet and cold. Halfway down her building's block, Ariana stopped. There was something under the overpass. Not a rat, not a cat, and not a person either. She couldn't describe it, but she stared all the same. Its shape was long and ragged, like someone had drawn a shadow with a paint roller and it hadn't dried properly. Then, as if it noticed her noticing, it pooled deeper into the concrete and vanished. Ariana jogged the last stretch to her lobby, buzzed herself in, and beelined for the elevator. The halls smelled like mold and the neighbor's stale curry. She unlocked her door, slid inside, and didn't breathe until she double-bolted the lock. She was not a coward. She was not scared. These were just things in the city. Shapes that flickered at dusk, noises that changed in the depths of night, clerks who looked like they were already halfway into the afterlife. In the living room, she set her bags down and dropped onto the futon. A bloodless moon was already floating above the rooftops, caught in a web of telephone wires. Ariana dug through her takeout pizza, chewed absently, and turned on the TV for background noise. Reality shows, something about hoarders in Arizona. The apartment felt hollow and huge. It always did. After dinner, she wandered onto the balcony to smoke a little and watch the traffic, hoping for a lull in the siren symphony. It never came. She stubbed her cigarette and scanned the sidewalk 3 stories below. The shadow under the overpass was back. It stretched up the side of the support pillar, stuttering like stop-motion film, thin and impossible. Ariana watched for a long time. Then she saw something that turned her knuckles cold. The shadow turned its head to look at her. She pulled back into the apartment, flicked off the balcony light, and peeked through the curtain. Nothing. The street was empty except for a cop car rolling by, but it felt wrong. Like there was an extra body in the city, something that hadn't learned its lines. The night churned on. Ariana locked her phone in a drawer so she'd stop doom-scrolling and paced her shoebox apartment. She tried not to look at the futon, which sagged like wet cardboard. She tried not to think about the cats, or the shadow, or Mark's yellowed eyes. Perfume from the muffin hung in the air, cloying and too sweet, bolstered by the refrigerator's rattling hum. 2:30, someone started knocking. The sound was slow, deliberate, not the neighbor's wild pounding, not a drunken fist. It was a finger, probably, rapping the door in a steady rhythm. Ariana tiptoed to the peephole and pressed her forehead to the cold metal. Nothing but the hallway and the dead laundry cart. The knock came again. She held perfectly still, searching for any hint of breath or shuffle on the other side. She could see down the length of the corridor. The old woman was standing by the elevator, head cocked, arms limp at her sides. Her eyes were not milky and glazed now, but black. She looked at Ariana, at the exact slice of door Ariana watched through, and she smiled a slow, wolfish smile. Ariana shut the chain tight, backed away. She didn't sleep. The city's heart beat on, a music of sirens and cats and concrete settling. The shape under the overpass haunted her, oozed into her dreams, where every building was hollow and all the faces she passed wore the old woman's smile. In the morning, her food tasted of copper and her hands shook. She showered, got dressed, and saw in the bathroom mirror that her own eyes had gone a little duller. The shadow lingered in her periphery as she left for work, trailing her all the way down the block, hunting for its next reflection. On the street, Ariana watched every window, every edge of darkness, and waited for the city to take her. Ariana snapped her gum as she exited the nail salon, admiring the extra glossy purple tips of her fingers. Clouds bullied the afternoon sun into hiding, casting the strip mall in the sickly, washed-out glow that looked like something from a cold case documentary. She hated days like this, the kind that felt like the back end of a hangover. Muted, never-ending, a Harvard beaker of atmospheric pressure slowly ratcheting behind your eyeballs. She would have driven home, but her Kia wouldn't start, and the mechanic 2 miles away hadn't called her back. So she walked the strip, her boots clapping the pavement, looking for somewhere she wouldn't feel like a loser waiting for a tow. The yoga place was closed for renovations. The vape shop was overrun by teenage boys she'd probably gone to high school with. And the boba store was empty except for a girl at the counter who looked so bored even staring seemed cruel. Ariana was halfway through contemplating whether it'd be less embarrassing to wait on the curb when her nose twitched. The faintest undercurrent of nutmeg and some dark, herbal thing. She craned her neck and found a new shop, carved into a slot between the barber shop and the insurance agent. The sign in the window said Kurt's Apothecary in all caps, letters hand-painted in this old-fashioned gold script that looked like it belonged on some Hogwarts train car. She squinted, leaning in. Candles and wax-dripped bottles, glass jars full of leaves and roots and curious little stones. There was a filtered light in there, honey-thick, with shadowy stuff hung everywhere. Dried flowers from the ceiling, chains and beads and little taxidermied birds perched on driftwood stands. Her breath fogged the glass. Something about it made her teeth edgy, the way you feel when you look at photos of yourself from elementary school and remember all your crush's names and exactly what your backpack smelled like. She stepped inside, and the bell over the door gave a thin, metallic ding. Ariana half expected the place to smell like patchouli, but it was subtler. Sage and black tea and a clean, almost metallic tang she couldn't name. She scouted the aisles, brushing her fingers over bins of rough crystals and little brown glass vials labeled with inscrutable names. There was a shelf of books, some mass-market paperbacks with trash spines, others hand-bound with bent slipcovers. She grazed a finger over one that looked the oldest, the Carnivorous Bloom, but when she tried to tug it out, the whole shelf shivered and something clattered behind the counter. A man surfaced on the other side, his hair a white halo of static, his beard tucked into a maroon scarf. He looked like a beekeeping werewolf who'd retired to open a metaphysical bookstore. "Can I help you with anything?" he asked. His voice was surprisingly clear, not the croaky old wizard stuff she'd expected. Ariana squared her shoulders and pointed to the book. "Just browsing," she replied, a trained reflex from years of retail. "You got any candles that don't smell like a funeral home?" He beamed, teeth whiter than the scarf. "Of course. Try these." He motioned to a line of pillar candles, each labeled in looping pen with names like Lady Midnight, Forest's End, and Infernal Orchard. Ariana lifted the first one, uncapped it. It smelled like blackberries and burnt sugar and, underneath, something sharp and wet, like fresh dirt. "Nice," she said. "It's got layers. We pride ourselves." The man wiped his hands on his scarf, then reached below the desk to produce a battered business card. "First one's on me. You bring a friend next time, I'll give you both a sample of my latest wax. Something truly unique." Ariana raised an eyebrow. She muted her smile. "Kurt's your real last name, or is it like a brand?" He chuckled, shaking his head. "Old family name. Been in the trade since before most people knew it was a trade." She made a show of sliding the candle into her purse, noticing the way his pale gray eyes followed her. "Yeah? What's the weirdest thing anyone's asked for, Mr. Kurtz?" He leaned over the counter, dropping his voice a register. "Oh, you wouldn't believe me if I told you." She snorted, then twisted the cap back onto her candle. "Try me." He held her gaze a moment. There was a flicker of something in his eyes, maybe amusement, maybe a dare. Once, a woman came in asking for a way to erase her own dreams. Said she'd pay whatever it took. Ariana shook her head. "I'd pay double to remember them all. My brain edits out the good stuff, leaves me with the stress ones." Kurt smiled, a little softer, then tilted his head. "Don't underestimate the things a mind will try to protect itself from. Some dreams are better left to fade." She shrugged, then checked her watch. Half an hour until the tow truck. Still plenty of time to kill. She looped the aisles again, trailing her fingers over glass and dust and the occasional desiccated something. The shop felt bigger inside, deeper, like the walls were bulging outward just enough to make you lose your bearings. She found herself in the back, where the lighting got dimmer and the shelves pressed in close. At the end of the aisle was a door, painted the color of wet clay. It had a brass knob, slightly tarnished, with a sign above it that simply read "Employees Only." She shouldered her purse, considering, then reached out to try the knob. "Careful," came Kurtz's voice from the front of the store. "That's our workshop, proprietary blends and all that." But his tone wasn't sharp, more like he was amused by the idea that she'd actually gone for it. Ariana let her hand fall, then drifted back to the counter. She fixed Kurtz with her best customer service grin. "What would you recommend for a bad luck streak?" She hesitated. "Or just like a general malaise?" His beard twitched with another smile. He ducked down to rummage through a bin, then stood and dropped a smooth, iridescent stone into her palm. "Hold that," he said, then passed her a little dropper bottle filled with viscous black oil. "Dab this on the stone. Carry it with you for a day. If you feel better, come back for a full set." She stared at the bottle. No label, no contents listed. "This the part where I wake up in a motel bathtub full of ice minus one kidney?" He laughed, this time loud enough to rattle the bird skeletons in their jars. "Nothing so messy, promise." Ariana nodded, setting the oil and stone in her purse alongside the candle, and gave him a two-fingered salute as she headed for the door. "Catch you later, Kurtz." As she stepped outside, the clouds had shifted again, and a beam of sunlight knifed through, landing directly on the cracked pavement by her feet. She eyed the stone, now glossy and slick with the heat from her palm. She set it in her pocket, felt the unfamiliar weight against her thigh. By the time the tow truck came, she'd nearly forgotten about the little bottle wrapped in tissue at the bottom of her purse. It wasn't until she got home, hours later, that she dug it out, ignoring the blinking notifications on her phone and the sink full of crusted Thai takeout. She perched on her bed, feet crossed at the ankles in a pair of threadbare socks, and squeezed a single drop onto the stone. The smell hit her immediately. Sweet, cloying, then metallic, a coppery tang that made her tongue tingle. She shut her eyes and lay back on her pillow. For a moment, it was quiet, just the sound of her own breathing and the distant gurgle of the building's ancient pipes. Then the dream started, swirling in behind her lids like smoke. Ariana woke up unsure if she'd even slept, or if her brain had just rebooted itself in a new, mildly defective body. Her mouth tasted like she'd been chewing on nickels, and for some reason her hands wouldn't stop trembling. She sat up, disturbed to find her window open a crack, though she could have sworn she'd closed it the night before. The space next to her pillow was wet, stained brown with something that probably wasn't blood but definitely wasn't coffee. The stone had left a dark impression on the sheets, like a fossil pressed into cheap linen. She stumbled to the bathroom, flicking on the light and staring at herself in the mirror. Her left eye was bloodshot, rings painted under both sockets, but nothing worse than usual. She stuck out her tongue, no black growths or cursed sigils. Satisfied, she splashed her face and started to brush her teeth, only to gag at the taste of mint mixing with whatever the fuck had come out of that bottle. By noon, Ariana's hands had stopped shaking. She changed into jeans and a hoodie, then checked the business card from Kurtz. The address was the same, but the phone number on it was just a series of sixes and a final, smirking question mark. She snorted, dropped the card in the trash, and spent the afternoon doom-scrolling, ignoring the insistent crawl of unease right behind her ears. Every so often, she'd catch herself staring at the stone, still sticky from the oil, now sitting on the window ledge as if waiting for her to ask it a question. She showered late, letting the hot water leash the stiffness from her neck and shoulders. As she toweled off, she heard music echoing up from the street, some oldies station blaring out of a neighbor's car. The song was familiar, but her brain funneled the lyrics into nonsense, each word getting replaced by the word garbage, until it was just a garbled chant. Garbage, 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 garbage. The sound receded as quickly as it came, replaced by the clacking percussion of high heels on the stairwell outside her apartment. She pressed her ear to the door, listening. A knock, 3 raps, then silence. Ariana peered through the peephole, expecting maybe a neighbor or an overeager package delivery guy. Instead, the hallway was empty except for a smell. Smoky, burnt, as if someone had lit a candle and forgotten it in a locked room. She unsnapped the deadbolt and yanked her door open, half thinking she'd catch someone in the act of prankdom. Nothing, just the fading echo of footsteps and, at the far end of the hall, a faint, oily shadow that seemed to slide along the baseboard. When she blinked, it was gone, replaced by the mundane. A wrinkled rug, a dusty light fixture, the door across the hall slightly ajar. She ducked back inside, flicked her lock, and checked her phone. 2 missed calls from an unknown number, no messages. That night, her dreams got teeth. She was running forever on a beach made of broken glass, each step a shrapnel burst slicing through her soles. The sky overhead was bruised with purple clouds, and in the distance, a row of waxen mannequins stood shoulder to shoulder along the shoreline, their eyes leaking a tarry sludge. She tried to scream, but her mouth filled with the taste of candle wax, and 2 cold hands pressed down on her shoulders, holding her in place as the mannequins began to walk, their arms outstretched, their paper jaws unhinging wider and wider. She woke up biting her own knuckle, the taste of copper on her tongue. At work the next morning, Ariana's head refused to stop spinning. Her boss, a woman named Linda who pronounced every sentence like it was a dare, hounded her about her attitude and the wrong font in an email blast. Ariana nodded and smiled and didn't mention once that the printer had spat out all her drafts with every O replaced by a tiny, blacked-out skull. At lunch, she skipped the break room and sat in the stairwell with her knees up under her chin. She watched the subway train's trundle past in the distance, barely more than a vibrating line of light. Phones buzzed, footsteps echoed, someone a floor above laughed for what seemed like 10 minutes. The elevator spat her out slick with sweat, so much so that the security guard at the front desk, gray mustache, argyle vest, for perfectly round buttons, leaned over and frowned. "Everything all right, ma'am?" he asked, picking his teeth with a thumbnail. Ariana flashed her wedding band smile and pressed out an "Absolutely, Robert," straight from her diaphragm. Her blouse, now wilted to her shoulders, clung like a hospital sheet. The lobby was drained of tenants, as it always was this time of night. Only the tulips in the planter boxes seemed lively. Robert watched her until she disappeared behind the pillar, but she could still hear his breathing, hollow and papery. She hurried for the glass doors, hoping the spring air might rinse her nerves, but the entrance was locked. She rattled the handle once, then twice, before noticing the reflection of movement behind her. There was something fluorescent dragging across the ceiling in the hallway, something that collapsed the light around it like a hospital curtain. Ariana braced herself, but when she turned, she saw only the late shift janitor, Mrs. Polachek, pushing her cart down the hall. Mrs. Polachek's face was bent downward, all jaw and jowls, and her mop bucket sloshed a sour trail that Ariana could nearly taste on the back of her tongue. It forced her to think of clammy nights after swim meets, that time she'd swallowed a mouthful of the YMCA's pool water and retched in the bathroom for half an hour while Coach Paul stood outside the stall reading scores from the league. Ariana tried the door again, cocking her head so the guard could see she was the reasonable sort, not the type to go breaking glass over a technicality. "It's stuck," she called, and gave a smile that felt like splinters in her cheeks. Robert ghosted behind the desk divider, took a key from under a ceramic frog, and shuffled over. He unlocked the door, and Ariana could see in the plate glass how her eyeliner had run, how her hair stuck to her neck, and how her left sleeve was torn near the cuff. "Going somewhere special?" Robert asked. She shrugged, then wiped her brow dry with the back of her palm. "Just outside," she said. She stepped through, barely feeling the cold. The sky was bruised, the streetlights shivering in their cones of frozen insects. She tried to rub some life into her arms, but the air smelled like copper and roadkill, a scent that seemed to have leaked from the alley behind her building. She set her brain on forward and moved fast, counting each step, focusing only on the blare of her heels against the pavement. The sidewalk was a tunnel of shadows, one of those rare places in the city that still felt unmediated, untouched by the slow crawl of gentrification. The buildings on either side, a dry cleaner with boarded windows, a once proud bakery with its glass cased in chicken wire, loomed like gravestones. She thought about calling for a rideshare, but every time she reached for her phone, her skin rebelled. It was an ache, not a fear, a bone-deep premonition that something about tonight did not want to be mediated by screens. Halfway to the bus stop, she heard a low scuttering sound, a kind of chittering, like rats or raccoons, or maybe just the wind scraping leaves past a drain. But the sound moved, tracking her, passing from alley to alley, skittering just out of sight. She hunched her shoulders and picked up pace. At the corner, an ancient payphone squatted in the dark, the receiver dangling by its cord. As she passed, it began to ring, shrill as a dentist's drill. Ariana froze, the sound boring into her jaw. It rang again and again, and she felt herself pulled to it the way a sore tooth draws a tongue. She stared at the filmy receiver, wondering who could possibly be calling. This thing hadn't worked since before she moved in, the glass streaked with limescale and Sharpie graffiti. On the fourth ring, her hand snatched it up. A tremor swept through her. The plastic was cold enough to hurt. For a beat, she heard nothing, only the crosstalk of static. Then a voice, muffled and garbled, as if the speaker were calling through a wet cloth. "Help me," barely more than a whisper. Ariana held the receiver away from her ear, squinting as if it might spit water at her. "Hello?" she said. A pause, then a coughing, choking whimper. The voice sounded young, not a child, but someone who thought adults could save them. "Please," it said, "they're coming, And then a sputter, a wet squelch, the sound of something being dragged across tile. Ariana's voice came out half-sob. "Who is this?" But then there was only the long, slow hiss of nothing. She squeezed the receiver so hard her fingernails splayed white against the casing. There was something sticky on the number pad, jam or blood, or just years of sweat congealed into a glaze. She hung up, then wiped her hand against her jeans. She started to walk again, so fast her ribs ached. Overhead, the streetlights flickered and guttered. The wind had picked up, swatting the pollen through every open pore. Her eyes started to water and a headache ballooned behind her temples. By the time she reached the bus stop, her pulse had stuttered into ragged triplets. She took the metal bench on the far end, away from the shadow cast by the overgrown forsythia. A battered can of malt liquor, half full, rolled in a puddle beneath her sneakers. She tried to ignore it. From the gloom, she heard the bus before she saw it. The engine noise was off, thready and uneven, as if it were struggling up a mountain rather than lurching across South Howard. It crunched to a halt and the doors thunked open, the hydraulic sound like a sigh of relief. She nearly didn't get on. There was a smell on the steps, deep and rusted, like old bandages and burning plastic. But the driver stared at her through the safety glass, waiting. He had no visible nose, just a flat, sunken spot in the middle of his face where one should have been, the skin pulled tight and waxy. His eyes were small and yellow, rimmed with something crusted and dark. He nodded once, as if to remind her that the rules were the rules. Ariana climbed aboard and fumbled a swipe at the card reader, but the display flashed error and the driver waved her through. The interior was deserted except for one man in the third row. He was folded into himself, hands resting on his knees, head tipped forward so a lock of dark hair curtained his face. He wore a corduroy jacket with elbow patches and carried a battered briefcase with stickers on it. Mostly bands, none she recognized. She sat 2 seats behind him and clutched her purse in her lap. There was no point in checking her phone. She could feel there was no service. She stared at her shoes, counted off the seconds between stops. Each time the bus pulled up to a shelter, she braced, but no one ever got on and no one ever got off. The driver never called out the stops, just let the bus lurch and wheeze until it came to a shuddering halt. They went like that for what felt like days. The city outside slipped by, the buildings dissolving to vacant lots, then to nothing but a gray, pebbled wasteland under the moon. She tried to find a landmark, something to latch onto, but every block looked like the last. Windowless structures, low chain-link fences, a scattering of discarded appliances bleaching in the dirt. She closed her eyes. Every time she did, she saw that sludgy, pulsing light from the hallway ceiling, pouring into her skull. She tried to remember what she'd been doing before the elevator, before the phone, before the dawn panic attack that had sent her driving her fists into her pillow until her knuckles bruised blue. The bus turned off its route, slamming her shoulder into the window. The other passenger stirred and, for the first time, looked straight at Ariana. His face was wrong. The features were all there, but the proportions were off, nose and mouth too small, eyes too far apart. It made her think of children's drawings, the way faces always ballooned out from the page. He didn't blink. He didn't even seem to breathe. For a second, she thought maybe he was an art project, an automaton built to see if anyone would notice. He turned away, running a knuckle along the seam of the briefcase. The bus finally stopped, not at a shelter but in the middle of nowhere. There was no sidewalk, only a patch of churned earth and the perimeter fence of a junkyard. The driver glanced at her in the rear view, eyes glazed and unreadable. "End of the line," he said, voice muffled and wet. Ariana stepped down off the bus, her knees nearly buckling. She could smell the junkyard before she could see it. Oil, rust, the sweet undertone of something dead and baking in the sun. The lot was cleaner than she'd expected. The cars all stacked with unnatural precision, like giant metallic dominoes ready to fall. She wandered, not sure what she was looking for. Above her, the moon had a halo, and for a moment it looked like a pale, watchful eye. A bark of laughter rang out from within the stacks of cars. Ariana flinched. She told herself it was just a wild dog. There was always some stray living in these places, feeding on the leftover fast food wrappers and discarded diapers. But the laugh sounded human, and it was getting closer. She ducked behind the nearest car, a maroon sedan with its doors welded shut. Her breath steamed the window black, and she pressed her hands against the cold metal for ballast. She waited, counting the rasps of her own breathing, until she heard the crunch of footsteps on gravel. Someone was coming. She could feel the vibration in her kneecaps, the rude certainty of mass in motion. Ariana pressed herself farther down, knees scraping the dirt. The footsteps stopped. Then the figure bent and looked under the car at her, a thin smile flickering across his face. He was the man from the bus. "Hello," he said, voice low and toneless. Ariana recoiled, and the man laughed. He didn't seem interested in chasing her. If anything, he looked amused, as if her fear was a punchline to some private joke. She bolted, taking a jagged path through the rows of cars. She heard him walking, leisurely, behind her, not running, just walking but always keeping pace, always there. The junkyard narrowed into a corridor bordered by old refrigerators and washing machines piled 10 deep. She surprised herself with how fast she was moving. Her muscles fired hard, her thoughts flickering like the street lamps back on Howard. But she reached the end of the corridor and found herself at a dead end. Literally. Arranged against the back fence were half a dozen mannequins, stripped and damaged, their faces painted with crude expressions. Some mouths were stretched in ovals of surprise, others in crooked grins, all the eyes ringed with mascara so thick it bled down the cheeks. Ariana spun, but the man was already at the corridor's mouth. In one hand he held his briefcase, in the other a length of thin, rattly cord. He cocked his head and clucked his tongue. "You shouldn't have answered the phone," he said. "It makes you visible." Ariana barely heard him. She was cold all over, her skin covered in a film of grease and fear. She backed against the fence, her hands finding the rough plastic wrists and arms of the mannequins. When Ariana was a girl, she'd had this recurring daymare about running into her reflection while walking past mirrors at night. The wrongness of seeing herself mid-step, backward, moving just a sliver before or after she did, always set her skin twitching with static. There was a memory in it, half remembered from when she was maybe 7, blurring in the sodium fog of a kitchen disaster, her mother shrieking about fingerprints on the glass. Later, teenage Ariana had always shaded her mirrors with scarves or the backsides of old posters. Part superstition, part aesthetic, mostly to keep from catching those accidental glances of herself, pale and gray, in the shallow hours. People told her eventually she'd get used to it. They were wrong. Ariana stood in the kitchen of her new apartment, forehead greasing the upper pane of the window, watching the midnight rain pulse down the glass in sharp, convulsing lines. The kitchen clock blinked 2:54. She held the sill tight enough to make her nails flex white at their beds. Underneath, her reflection gathered faintly against the black. A ghost twin, ragged hoodie, tangled hair, eyes little more than moons and shadow. Even now, it felt insistent, the small slippage between her movements and theirs. She pulled away with a jerk, leaving a faint smudge on the glass. The fridge was the kind that made a different sound every hour. Here a clunk, there a whir, sometimes a tortured creak that sent her teeth on edge. Ariana opened it, closed it, opened it again, and regarded the half-moon of orange cheese she'd gnawed on after work. The apartment was a month and a half hers. Boxes stacked like jury-rigged barricades in the rooms she didn't want to think about, piles of clothes and half-assembled furniture in the ones she did. She checked her phone again. 2 new notifications, both from her own Instagram story. Nobody real reaching out except for the green dot ghosts who always haunted her DMs around last call. Ariana closed her eyes and practiced slow breathing. 4 in, 6 out, but it wasn't the caffeine keeping her up. It was insomnia, and maybe something else, something twining deeper. The something else came in at the corners of her vision. Lately, she'd noticed a flicker, a movement not entirely accounted for by the wind or the settling of a house. It started with shadows, curling around the baseboard, then thickened to silhouettes, and eventually into something like a person-shaped darkness that hovered in periphery before vanishing when looked at straight on. At work, she'd blink and catch someone standing just a foot behind her only to turn and find an empty cubicle. It was getting worse. Ariana's next-door neighbor was named Malik, and he sometimes smoked out on their shared balcony around 3 in the morning when his night shifts ran long. She'd met him once, his hands stained with print shop ink. He'd laughed when she spilled kombucha down the front of her hoodie. He'd told her not to worry. Everyone in this building was a little haunted. Tonight, she slid the glass door open and found Malik perched on the rail, bare feet cupping the cold metal, the cigarette lit and haloed through the rain. He didn't look at her, but his voice came soft. "Could hear you pacing," he said. "Thought maybe you'd finally come out here." Ariana wrapped her arms around herself, fists in her hoodie pockets. "I wasn't pacing," he shrugged. "Could have fooled me. You want to try one?" He flicked the carton toward her. She'd never seen the brand before, and the packaging was dizzy. A swirl of purple and gold with no real name. just a symbol like a moth's wing. Ariana shook her head. Nah, I was just awake. She leaned against the doorframe. Do you ever get the feeling you're not alone, even when nobody's there? Malik blew smoke into the rain, teeth glinting. Only all the time. He tapped his temple. The trick is, most people ignore it. You don't strike me as most people. The street below shimmered with mist. Far away, a siren sawed the air in half. Ariana watched the pattern the cigarette made, a slow ellipsis in the dark, and thought about the thing that sometimes stood at her bedside just after midnight, how it stunk of wet leaves and left the room a few degrees colder. I keep seeing things, she said. Malik didn't laugh this time. He reached to ash his cigarette and said, I got a trick for that if you want. Can show you right now. At night, right before you turn in, put these on your windowsill, one at each end. Don't touch them in the morning, just leave them there. Sometimes the things you see are attracted to reflections, yeah? The marbles, they take it in, kind of trap it there for you. Over time, you sleep better. He shrugged. Old Turkish trick. My tata swore by it. Ariana tried to decide if this was neighborly or a little bit crazy or both. The marbles felt cold, heavier than she expected, like they were made of denser glass than the cheap kind you'd win in grade school. You're serious? She asked. Malik's gaze was flat, meditative, dead. She took both marbles and pressed them to her chest like a prayer. What happens if they, I dunno, fill up? He smiled then, a crooked thing. Then you just give them away. Same way I just gave you mine. She was suddenly aware of the electric hum in her ears, the way the air thickened with each word. Malik flicked his finished cigarette into the rain and nodded toward her narrow bedroom. Go on, set 'em up. I'll wait. The bedroom had only the barest of beds, still on the floor, with a comforter and a pseudo-pillow arrangement she'd jury-rigged from her move. The air in here felt heavier. Ariana moved toward the window, parted the thin plastic blinds, and set one marble at each end of the sill. They sat there, glinting faintly in the city's spillover light, like eyes belonging to something in a deep sleep. She returned to Malik. Done, she said. He looked pleased. You should feel it in a night or two. The trick is, don't look too long at them. Don't think about what gets in. Ariana laughed, willed it to sound unbothered. Thanks, Dr. Malik. He gave a two-finger salute. Anytime. Then softer, hey, for real, if you ever want to just hang out, like, kill time, not talk. I'm usually up. Just knock. He wandered back toward his own door, leaving a faint trail of ammonia scent and cigarette smoke. Ariana stood for a long moment at her threshold, listening to the fridge's shifting death rattle, then went to bed. She fell asleep fast, which was unusual. But the dream was the thing she'd feared. A corridor with no end, lined with mirrors, every step forward birthing more reflections, all of them slightly off, all of them grinning that weird, wrong smile that she knew she'd never seen herself make. The corridor was cold and wet, and somewhere deep in her bones, Ariana knew that the real herself was back there, stuck behind the glass, pounding to get out. When she woke, the first thing she saw was the marble on her windowsill, and for one blinking, heart-stopping instant, she thought she saw a face moving inside it. The day after, Ariana called in sick and watched TV on her phone with the sound off. She stayed off social media. Her mother texted 3 times, and each went unread. Late in the afternoon, Malik knocked on her door, holding a bowl of microwave pho and a plastic-wrapped fortune cookie. The talk drifted from dreams to past jobs to places they'd never been, things neither of them would admit to wanting, and as they passed under a flickering street lamp, Ariana glanced down and saw their shadows elongated, Malik's and hers, and between them, a third shadow, stretching out behind with spindly, long fingers. She stopped. Malik stopped. They both stared. There was nothing between them, just air and puddles. But Ariana watched the shadow anyway, and thought of glass marbles, of mirrors, of faces straining at the edges of things. She looked at Malik, voice gone hoarse. "Do you see that?" He looked, blinked, and slowly nodded. "Sometimes they don't go away. Sometimes they just hang on." For a moment, Ariana wanted to run, to tear out from the block, from the city, from her own body. Then she realized the shadow was wavering, growing smaller with every step she took, getting left behind with the sodium glow and the thinning curb. They walked on, and eventually it vanished, the puddles reflecting nothing but the night, the two of them drifting together along the seam of the empty street. There would be other nights and other shadows, Ariana knew. But for the first time in ages, she didn't feel like she was the only thing on the wrong side of the glass. Ariana inhaled a sticky wave of cigarette stench as the rickety elevator creaked its way up the apartment building, the filmy metal doors rattling like old bones behind her. She pressed her palms flat to her thighs. They left smears on her black leggings. 10 floors up, a glimmer of midnight blue buzzed through the crack above the car. Fluorescent hallway light. She stepped out, instantly aware of the silence. Even in this dump, she could usually count on the sound of the crazy dog on 1007, or the twins still awake and screaming on 1004, but tonight, nothing. She dug her key out from the pocket of her parka, set her shoulders, and walked the length of the corridor. Her boots thumped against the peeling linoleum, white with the salt stains of an unending February. She rounded the corner and almost knocked into Eli, hunched on his doormat in a puffer vest and boxers, eyes wide and wet and ringed in pink. He looked up at her with a kind of hopeful terror. "Hey," Ariana said. Eli opened his mouth, then closed it. His nose was running. "You, okay?" Ariana said, faking nonchalance. He cleared his throat. "Did you hear it too?" The words were slurred, like his mouth didn't believe them. "Hear what?" Ariana's phone buzzed in her coat. She fished it out. No notifications. She glanced at 1006, her own unit, then back to Eli. His toenails were blue. He smelled like peanut butter and fear. "I heard something, like crying, or not really crying. Something else." Ariana's scalp tightened. "Probably Mrs. Sobchak's TV," she said, for his sake. Old Polish ladies and their telenovelas, always leaking melodrama through the drywall. Eli looked over his shoulder at his own door. "Can you come in for a sec?" The desperation in his voice was embarrassing, like a kid asking to sleep in her room because of a nightmare. "Is your roommate there?" She regretted asking instantly. If the roommate was there, Eli wouldn't be out here, trembling on his own doorstep. "No. Please." He pawed at his vest zipper but only managed to stick his finger. Ariana checked the time. 2:47 a.m. She had a research paper due in 6 hours, and her professor hated her. She should say no, go inside, drink a glass of water, and act like she didn't see the neighbor squatting on his own mat like a scared cat. She said, "Give me a minute. Let me drop my bag." She unlocked her door and stepped inside, eyes scanning the walls for movement. She didn't believe in ghosts. She believed only in mold, asbestos, and weird neighbors. She set her laptop bag on the kitchen table and was about to go next door when she saw her own hallway. The mirror mounted near the entrance was foggy, as if someone had just showered. Her bathroom door sat open, light off, empty. She wiped the mirror with her sleeve. For an instant, the reflected hallway behind her seemed much longer than the real one. She blinked. The image righted itself. She rolled her eyes at her own jumpiness, but her heartbeat was too loud. The apartment was freezing, colder than the corridor. The radiator wasn't even trying. She went out, shutting the door behind her, and nodded at Eli. "Let's go." He fumbled the lock, and they entered the small, cluttered apartment. It was marginally cleaner than Ariana's, but suffused with the scent of chemical deodorized dread. The windows were covered in towels, duct taped at the corners. The kitchen overhead light was off. Only the congealed amber glow of the bathroom nightlight reached the entry. Eli wouldn't meet her gaze, so she followed him to the futon, where he wrapped himself in a comforter and gestured for her to sit. "You want tea?" he mumbled into the blanket. "Sure." The kitchen filled with the metallic drip of the electric kettle. Ariana listened, waiting for some indication of what, exactly, she was supposed to do here. The comforter rustled. Eli's face emerged, pinched and sickly. He flicked his gaze to the ceiling, to the windows, to the door. "So what did you hear?" Ariana shivered, not from the cold this time. She let her head fall back against the sagging cushions and closed her eyes, half listening to the kettle, half remembering the way the mirror in her own apartment had warped and stretched, made her hallway look infinite. She opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling. Water stains snaked overhead, yellow and jagged, like veins under thin skin. How long has it been happening? Eli wrapped the blanket tighter. "Tonight's the first time I heard it." She let silence do half the work. Eli wanted to tell her something. She had always been the person people confess things to. It was a face thing, she guessed. Too pale, with the kind of deliberate eyebrows and pointed chin that convinced people she could keep secrets long enough to forget them. He drank and stared at his lap. "Look, I know this'll sound nuts," he said, "but my room's been rearranging itself, like the bed, my books. Stuff moves, even if I lock the door." He glanced up, eyes darting. "Last night, I went in and the window was open, but I always lock the thing, not just shut it, and my keys were in the freezer." Ariana smiled for him, a manufactured little flicker. "Maybe you are sleepwalking. Ambience a hell of a drug." He didn't smile back. From the hallway, a dull thud sounded, like a fist to dry plaster. Then a second thud, softer, followed by a series of quick, stuttering taps. Ariana's skin jumped. She set her mug down, knuckles bone white. Eli was shaking. "That's it," he whispered. Ariana went to the front door and pressed her ear to it. The cool, painted metal vibrated gently against her cheek. She could hear the taps, faint, then a long, dry scraping, like a nail dragged across a chalkboard, or someone moving furniture backwards over tile. She stepped back. "Who's in 1008? she asked. Eli's voice was nearly inaudible. "It's empty. Guy offed himself last month." Ariana's stomach folded on itself. The tapping started again. Closer. It followed the seam of the molding, down low near the baseboard. Ariana motioned for Eli to stay put. She unlatched the chain and cracked open the hall door. The corridor was empty, but the sound grew louder. She traced it to her left, past her own door, past 1008, pausing at the threshold. The blackout curtain the landlord had hung over the peep window fluttered, just for a second, as if something on the other side had exhaled. She bent down, heart in her throat, and pressed her palm to the metal. The coldness seeped up her arm. She knocked, once. The sound inside was thunderous, far too loud for her own force. She yanked her hand away, wiped it hastily on her leggings, and shot back into Eli's apartment, shutting the door tight behind her. "That's definitely not the pipes," she said. "They didn't sleep that night. Instead, they sat up with the lights on, taking measured sips of sickly sweet cocoa and listening, together, to whatever was learning to speak in the walls." When morning came, Ariana stepped out into the hallway for air. The corridor was bright and stale, empty but for the echo of her own boots. On her own doormat sat a smear of something viscous and red. It was still warm, as if placed there just before she opened her door. She knelt, touched it, smelled iron. Her pulse steadied. She looked up and found, above her doorframe, a handwritten note taped to the wall. The paper was collaged from torn-out magazine letters. It read, simply, Ariana. Her name, just that. She called the building manager at noon, rehearsed the story in her head to leave out the crazy parts, and asked, no, insisted, that the locks be changed. As she hung up, she saw herself reflected in the black screen of her phone. Pale, deliberate eyebrows, jaw clenched so tight she thought her teeth might shatter. The fear tasted like blood in her mouth. She loved it. There was something in the building, something in her corridor, in her walls that knew her name. Ariana smiled, lips pressed so hard they hurt, and thought. Let It Come.it started with a noise, the kind that only existed at 2:37 a.m. A splintered, high-pitched creak, like a violin string being snapped. Ariana pulled the faded green comforter to her chin and listened, her heart performing an involuntary samba in her chest. The icebox mildew scent of her bedroom pressed in around her. She focused on breathing through her nose, on the slow drag and push of humid air in this unfamiliar sublet. Definitely not a mouse, she decided, remembering the time a mouse had gotten tangled in a glue trap behind her sister's old IKEA dresser. What she'd heard was thicker, heavier, scraping the baseboard deliberately, as if sizing up the room. She wondered if this was a Brooklyn thing. Maybe it was a rat or a demon, or her roommate's shady new boyfriend coming home late and stoned. The thought made her pulse jump, fueling a different kind of anxiety. She flipped to her other side, away from the window, and tried to stare the darkness into revealing itself. The blackness in this apartment was total. It had a density that seemed to muffle even her own thoughts, as if the lightless space were a solid medium, like underwater. She fingered her phone for the time, still 2:37, and set it back on the nightstand. She didn't want to unlock it and risk drowning her pupils in blue light. The noise came again, but closer, and this time it was accompanied by a shuffling. Ariana's scalp prickled and a memory of her mother's voice floated up from the depths. The dead are quiet. It's the living you have to worry about. Mom had said that all through Ariana's girlhood. Anytime Ariana had mentioned ghosts or vampires, or the headless horseman statue in Sleepy Hollow, Ariana had always nodded, but she'd started sleeping with the lights on after 5th grade Halloween anyway. She lay frozen now as the shuffling recurred, drawing a jagged line from the apartment's far end to her bedroom door. A cough, low and wet, broke the stillness. Not her roommate. She'd seen Gina leave hours ago with her little suitcase and that guy from accounting, promising not to come back till Sunday. Maybe they'd forgotten something and returned, but this cough sounded old, exhausted, as if it didn't belong to anyone Ariana knew. She reached for her glasses and slipped them on, then waited, body rigid beneath the weight of covers and dread. The knob on her bedroom door wobbled, stuttered, then turned all the way. Ariana's muscles locked, her nails cut into her palm. The door opened soundlessly, a blacker rectangle in an already dark room. Nothing happened at first. A full minute, maybe more, of nothing but the hum of the small fridge in the kitchenette. Just when Ariana considered that she might be sleep paralyzed, or that the whole thing was a waking dream, a shape entered the threshold. It was man-sized but too lean, its shoulders high and wrong. It shuffled in, head tilted as if listening or smelling for her. Ariana's brain shorted through options. Screaming was futile in a building as dead as this one, with no neighbors for 3 floors and soundproofing that killed even the most frantic arguments. Attack? Hide? Outrun? There was no weapon, not even a glass of water within reach, and her phone was charging at 4%. The shape stopped at the foot of her bed. Even with her nearsightedness, Ariana could see it now. The thin, horizontal lines across the face, a mouth that stretched from cheekbone to cheekbone, stitched or scarred in a way that made her want to vomit. The thing's skin shone with a waxy, bluish pallor, except where it was slicked with something wet and black. Its gaze was unblinking and too bright, eyes like glass beads found in the gutter. The mouth came apart in a slow, deliberate hinge. For a moment, Ariana thought it would speak her name, tease her for being such a wreck. Instead, it coughed. a splatter of something dark hitting her footboard, then soaking in. The air filled with an odor like scorched meat and burned rubber. Ariana gagged. The thing reached out with a hand long, impossibly bony. Its fingers twitched as if atrophied from disuse. She flinched as it grasped the comforter, not at her feet, but where her shin pressed through the lump of blankets. It pulled, gently but persistently, as if testing her composure. She tried to roll away, but the comforter was trapped beneath her body. She fumbled for her phone, for anything, and only then did the thing's other arm sweep out, pinning her at the waist. It was not strong, not like a man. The pressure was more insistent than violent, like a weighted blanket designed to quiet her nerves. And then it began to hum, a low, keening vibrato that reverberated in her skull, excavating old fears she'd forgotten she owned. The hum vibrated against her wrist bone, up her forearm, into her teeth. Ariana thrashed, bucked, yanked her head back to try and butt it in the face, but the thing held her with a vague and unhurried competence, as if it had done this thousands of times before. She could see now that its eyes weren't eyes at all, but concavities coated in shrink-wrapped skin, translucent enough to betray pale blue veins underneath. The hum grew louder, rising up the register until it was more shriek than drone. Ariana held back, not words but noise, a raw plea for the universe to explain itself. The thing recoiled, not from the force of her scream, but in shocked confusion, as if no one had ever screamed at it before. It loosened its grip. Ariana saw her window, a foot, maybe two, away from her head, and launched herself at it, twisting free with a shuddering wrench. She slammed into the glass. The pain in her shoulder was sharp and immediate, but she didn't stop. With the animal part of her brain in charge, she clawed at the sash, found the lock, fumbled it open, and heaved upward. The streetlight outside illuminated her in a sallow cone. She rolled through, landing half on the fire escape and half in a titanic knot of rusty metal and pigeon leavings. Above her, the thing's head bobbed into the window frame. It cocked its stitched-together jaw, lips oozing black, and made a sound. "Leave!" Ariana did, scrambling down the fire escape naked but for her sweat-soaked tank top and gym shorts. She hit the pavement and ran, heart slamming in her ears, arms windmilling, feet bare and stinging. The sensation was so bright and precise it was almost hallucinogenic. One footstep, one shiver, one shriek at a time. She didn't look back until she was 3 intersections away. Even then, she couldn't say if she was being followed, or if the thing had slunk back into the darkness, satisfied. She hugged herself against the wind, scanning the night for a yellow cab or a bodega. She needed light or the illusion of it. After a block, Ariana began laughing, the sound coming out big and sharp, echoing against old brick. She half wondered if she'd made it all up. The stitched face, the fingers, the oozing black. Maybe it was just some nightmare, or a chemical hallucination from the new detergent her roommate used. Her reflection in a closed deli window showed mascara streaked down her face, eyes manic and wild. If she'd seen herself at a party, she would have gone over and asked what the hell happened. By the time Ariana reached the 24-hour bodega, her hands had stopped shaking. She tugged open the door and stepped into the fluorescent oasis. The smell of burnt coffee and cleaning solvent steadied her. There was a guy behind the bulletproof glass scrolling a phone. "Rough night," he said, barely glancing at her. "You have no idea," Ariana replied, reaching for a bottle of ginger ale. She twisted off the cap and drained half in one swallow. The cold bit at her teeth, clean and medicinal. The guy studied her for a moment longer, something wary in his posture. "You want to use the phone?" he offered, as if sensing her need. Ariana stared at the receiver, greasy and yellow with age. "No, I'm good," she said, suddenly aware of how stupidly naked she was. "Do you have any, sweatpants?" He grunted, thumbed in the direction of the back. Ariana grabbed a pair at random, changed in the tiny restroom, and came out feeling both vulnerable and armored. She dropped the cash on the counter, thanked the guy, and wondered if normalcy would ever feel normal again. Maybe the thing in her apartment was just a one-off, like a bad date, a career mistake, a night that left a crater but didn't define your whole life. Maybe she'd go back tomorrow, see nothing, and resume at the place she left off. Or maybe it would be waiting, humming to itself, with its stitched face pasted to her window like a child's drawing in a fever. She took a long breath. Every inhale carried the faintest trace of rot, as if a splinter from that thing's world had burrowed just under her skin. Ariana squared her shoulders, nudged the door open with her sneaker, and stepped back out into the Brooklyn night. Somewhere, something was always waiting. She walked east, away from the apartment, letting the city swallow her up. Milk and rotten leaves lingered in the air. Ariana's kitchen was never easy on the nostrils, but lately, decomposition outpaced even her worst habits. The culprit slouched in the sink, peeled open and fuzzed with mold. An avocado so decayed it looked like a shrunken head. She dropped it in the trash with a squelch and held her breath while she tied off the bulging hefty bag. She'd hear a wet, rhythmic sound like someone stirring a bucket of mud with a length of PVC piping. Mid-face pressed to the stairwell window, she watched the maintenance guy, Rick, squatting in the alley below. He smoked and spat sunflower shells, each one arcing over the asphalt like a tiny fleck of bone. Ariana felt a little sorry for the guy. He looked exactly like someone who would die first in a slasher movie. Sleepy-eyed, balding, a ratty jean jacket with too many pockets. She raised a hand to wave in half-irony, but he didn't look up. The stairwell buzzed with the fluorescent lights and the crisp snap of power tools from somewhere upstairs. The echo reminded Ariana that she was the only resident in 3 floors still working remotely. The rest left early and came back late, like ghosts obeying a shift schedule. In the grimy alley, the wind caught the trash bag and slapped her right in the knees with it. She let out a grunt that would have mortified her mother and lobbed the bag into the dumpster. It hit something beneath with a wet clank and split open, catapulting mummified pizza crusts and a Gatorade bottle into the air. Ariana did nothing at first. Then, believing she owed the universe one small penance for this, she reached over the rim to scoop up the spillage. Inside the dumpster, everything was tan or gray or rotted black, except for a streak of candy apple red. Ariana squinted. It was a suitcase. No, a tool chest, the kind her dad would keep full of battered wrenches and WD-40 cans. Someone had spray-painted the initials DM on the lid. Band stickers ran up the side, a pasted timeline of abandoned musical tastes. Rancid, Taco Cat, Minor Threat. She leaned in and jiggled the chest's handle. The lid gave, but something inside the chest thudded solidly, as if it contained a sack of wet clay. Ariana hesitated, then unlatched it, bracing for the hiss of escaping stink. There was no smell. It was lined with wax paper, neat as a wedding cake box. The contents were black, glistening, segmented like a giant centipede. She thought of the bad science documentaries her dad used to joy-watch, the ones with the time-lapse of decay and what lived under rocks. She poked the thing with a pizza crust. It shuddered and curled, a ripple running from one end to the other. Ariana jerked her hand back. She'd expected a dead animal, not something halfway between alive and impossible. The maintenance guy was watching her now, flicking the butt of his cigarette into the puddle at her feet. "What you got there?" His voice was gruff but not unfriendly, more curious than judgy. Ariana considered closing the lid and walking away, but her mouth worked faster than her spine. "Found a bug," she said. "A weird one." He knelt beside the dumpster and peered in, then burst out laughing. "That's not a bug. That's the old landlord's lunchbox." He reached in, lifted the thing with one hand, and held it up to the light. Under the wax paper, the black, glistening segments were just licorice ropes, glued together with some kind of syrup. Ariana let herself laugh, too, a loud, sharp bark that echoed over the alley. Real mature, she said. The nerves didn't leave. If anything, they settled deeper into her chest, but at least they could blame licorice. Over her shoulder, a window slammed. On the top floor, a curtain twitched, and something pale flickered just out of the corner of her vision. Ariana ignored it. She grabbed the pieces of trash, shoved them back in the dumpster, and marched up the stairs 3 at a time. Inside her apartment, she closed the door and pressed her back against it, steadying her breathing. The silence was heavy, interrupted only by the hum of the AC and the faint, rhythmic thudding from the neighbor's unit next door. She busied herself with cleaning, scrubbing the sink until her knuckles went raw. She was halfway through alphabetizing her pantry when she heard a new sound. A rasp and then a slow, deliberate scratching, as though someone was dragging their nails along the shared wall. Ariana's scalp prickled. She glanced at the clock, 4:01 p.m. The hour of ghosts, her grandmother used to say. She pressed an ear to the wall. The scratching stopped. Then, clear as if it was happening inside her own head, a whisper, "Help me." Or maybe it was, "Let me in." Or maybe it was nothing at all. Just the settling of old bricks and the leftovers of a weird afternoon. Ariana stepped back from the wall. She braced herself, then thumped her hand 3 times against the drywall, exactly as she would if calling to a roommate who'd locked herself out. There was no answer, but the next time Ariana listened, the scratching was gone. The silence that followed was almost worse. She lay on her couch with the TV on for background noise, flickering from nature documentaries to old sitcom reruns. Every so often, she'd glance at the wall, imagining the neighbor up there, silent and still, or the container of licorice left festering in the dumpster. Outside, a slow rain began, each drop pinging the window in soft but insistent code. Ariana dozed and woke and dozed again. Around midnight, a new sound. She sat up, clearing a rime of drool from her chin. There, in the ceiling above her head, something was moving, slow, deliberate. A scraping, then a thud, then a liquid trickle, as if someone had spilled a bag of marbles just above the plaster. She stood up and stared at the ceiling, heart rate picking up a fugue beat. The movement was faint but real. The neighbor's unit, she realized, was directly above her own. The building was old. Maybe something had come loose in the rain. Maybe it was a rat's nest. Maybe, but the sound continued. Scrape, scrape, thud, drip. She watched as a seam in the popcorn ceiling darkened, sprouting a perfect ring of moisture. A drop formed, trembled, and fell, catching the blue-white TV light in its shape. It splattered on her arm. Ariana flinched. She climbed onto the couch and poked at the damp spot. The surface was slick, sticky, tinged with a faint iron smell. Not rainwater. Blood, maybe, though she'd never before had the misfortune to know what it smelled like. Another drop fell, landing on her wrist. This time she didn't pull away. Upstairs, the scratching started again. More frantic, more urgent, as if something was trying to claw its way out, or in. Ariana thought about calling someone, Rick, 911, even her mother, but the urge was outbalanced by curiosity, a compulsive need to know what waited in the room above hers. She wiped her arm on her shirt, slipped on her boots, and headed out the door. The stairwell was darker than usual. The bulbs had burned out or been unscrewed. She climbed upward, feeling the chill rise through the soles of her feet. At the top landing, the air smelled sweeter, blended with that same undertone of rot. The neighbor's door was closed but not quite shut. The latch rattled when she touched it. She knocked, then again louder. No answer. Ariana eased the door open, slow so she could pull back and run if need be. The hallway inside was empty, boxes stacked against the wall, shoes lined up with a neatness that made her palms itch. The scratching was coming from the far room. She walked forward, passing photographs hung in perfect grid. The faces stared out, pale and blurred, as though the camera's lens had been smeared with oil. In every photo, one person wore a red baseball cap. The scratching grew louder. Ariana followed it to the last door on the right, pressed her hand to the knob and listened. "Help me," the voice whispered again. This time there was no mistaking it. Sweat beaded behind her knees. She turned the knob and pushed. The room was empty except for a twin mattress on the floor and a suitcase shoved into the corner. The suitcase was red, just like the toolbox in the alley. Ariana crossed the room and knelt beside it, heart throbbing. She ran her finger along the zipper. It was sticky, resisting her pull. Inside, the contents were wrapped in wax paper just like before. This time, though, the black, glistening segments were not candy. They were something else, organic. Viscera tubes, wet and cold. The air in the room thickened until every breath was syrupy and sweet. Ariana stood, back to the corner. She fumbled behind her, hands finding the suitcase handle. She hefted it, carried it back to the door. On the way, she saw that every photo had changed. The faces were now faceless or turned away, except for one. The person in the cap stared right at her, eyes blacked out with marker. The hallway beyond was empty, but she heard the sound again, scraping behind the walls. She thought of the neighbor, slumped behind drywall, fingernails bloodied and brains half gone from rot or hunger. She thought of her own apartment, the stain on the ceiling spreading like a bruise. Ariana took the stairs 2 at a time, suitcase banging her thigh with every step. She burst through the front door to the alley, hoping to see Rick or someone, anyone, but the alley was empty. She carried the suitcase to the dumpster and stood there, breathing hard. She wanted to drop it in, bury it under banana peels and coffee grounds. She wanted to forget the neighbor, to bleach the memory out of her head. But when she opened the suitcase again, the wax paper had split open, and from inside, something was moving. Ariana reached in. She peeled back the wax, expecting to find more licorice ropes. Another dumb joke. Instead, her fingers brushed something warm, pulsing, alive. It curled around her wrist and squeezed, not hard, almost like a hug. She yanked her arm away. The thing inside followed, slow and inexorable, dragging itself out of the suitcase and over the rim of the dumpster. Ariana backed away, one hand pressed to her chest. The thing uncurled, rose up on its haunches, and looked at her with 1,000 eyes, small and black and impossibly sad. Ariana stood there, unable to run, unable to scream. The thing blinked. She blinked back. The rain stuttered. The world was silent except for her own blood, rushing and roaring in her ears. Then, as if bored, the thing slipped down into the dark of the dumpster and was gone. Ariana wiped her hands on her shirt and walked inside, not bothering to close the door behind her. Upstairs, the scratching had stopped. The stain in the ceiling was gone. She lay on her couch until dawn, thinking of black ropes and red suitcases and the neighbor's voice, thin and distant, calling for help. Nobody ever came. She woke with a jolt, her phone screen hot and palm slick. The video Ariana had been watching was gone, overtaken by a blackness like a stuck pixel that pulsed, then vanished into the home screen. She couldn't remember what it was about. Something with hands, too many hands, but her heartbeat was real, thrumming frantic as a snared bird in her chest. The clock read 3:23 a.m. Of course, the house settled. Walls creaked, heater sighed. In every movie ever made, this was the minute where the monster made its appearance. Not with claws, but with a little dart of cold behind the ears, a pressure at the base of the throat. But damn it if she didn't have a day shift at the plant in 4 hours. Ariana set the phone face down and flopped her arm across her forehead. Her skin itched. The air tasted like the freezer section at Hy-Vee raw, synthetic cold. Somewhere downstairs, there was the wet pop of the coffee maker. She lay very still, sure she'd forgotten to set the timer. Her roommate, Chelsea, claimed it was haunted. She told the story to every fresh Tinder date she cycled through the house, always with a performative shiver and a little dash of hand-waving that reminded Ariana of a magician. The latest one, Brent or Brett or Brad, had laughed too loud at the story. She remembered the echo of it as she'd retreated to her bedroom, feeling suddenly, illogically, left out. Now she listened. The gurgle of percolating water, a faint flicker of red light in the hall. She eased out of bed, bare feet ground into the carpet, and tiptoed over the grungy hardwood floor in the hallway. The kitchen was empty, if you didn't count the cockroach angling across the counter behind the cereal boxes. Not a glamorous haunting, but a stubborn country breed with wings. Ariana swept it into the sink and turned on the disposal. The rattle scream buried her nausea. Against the blackout of the window, her reflection appeared. A blurred outline, the messy punctuation of her chin, the lopsided band T. She looked older than she felt, somehow. That was another thing Chelsea had warned her about renting the place. It aged you. The lease was short, though, and the distance from the plant barely anything. It would do. Water roared in the pipes again. A shower turned on. Not uncommon, but the cadence was wrong. Instead of the slow groan of their ancient plumbing, this was sharp, relentless, like a hose left running on hot cement. She poured herself a cup of bitter sludge, coffee not so much brewed as scorched by the poor dead machine, and tipped it back, burning her tongue. No use crawling back into bed now. She braced herself and padded toward the bathroom. The door was open, but the light was off. More than anything else, this bothered her. Chelsea was obsessed with vanity. She even kept a little battery-powered ring light in the medicine cabinet for selfies. Ariana, knuckles tight around the mug, put her head through the doorway. A single strip of blue from the streetlight outside lit the clouds of steam curdling in the bathtub, but the shower itself was dry. The noise, she realized, had been coming from the drain. Ariana stared into the tub. Water pooled around the rusted mouth of the plug, the surface shivering with a faint vibration you could almost see. She knelt, mug on the lip, and reached. The static grew louder as she was close. Every time Ariana tried to focus, her vision slipped over the surface like trying to grab a fish with her bare hands. Impossible, then suddenly it was gone. She plunged her finger into the water, cool and impossibly deep, far colder than the air. There was a tug on her pinky, just a flick, and then every hair on her neck stood at full attention. Ariana yanked her hand back, expecting, what? A bite, maybe. Instead, there was a black smudge on her nail, like the old oil stains from her dad's garage. She made herself laugh. She shook her hand dry, grabbed her mug, and went to check on Chelsea. There was an empty space at the edge of her bed, pillow dented. A tangle of blonde extensions and a faint peppermint smell. The shower had stopped. Ariana stood there, uncertain, and then, as if commanded, wiped her finger on the comforter and started gathering the scattered clothes. Crop top, mesh skirt, undies in a heap on the floor. She didn't see the ring light until it fell and caught the side of her foot. Reflexively, she reached for it. It clicked on instantly, the circle of white so sudden she dropped it, and it spun, making ghostly figures on the popcorn ceiling. Downstairs, the front door swung open and banged shut. Chelsea probably on a vape run after a nightmare. Ariana turned off the ring light and caught the echo of that laughter, the borrowed confidence it left behind. She grimaced, the taste of old coffee sharp on her tongue. In the hallway, the heater kicked on again, blowing hot, dusty air over her bare toes. For a moment, she let herself believe it was nothing. The phone buzzed. It was a text from a number she didn't recognize. Ariana, I'm in the basement, don't turn on the light. She stood in the center of the living room, the TV reflecting her shape in third person, a shadow puppet. Another text, immediate, It's not Chelsea. She stared at the screen. The wind picked up outside, and the house made the noise she already hated, an endless animal sigh. If it was a joke, it had to be a joke. She walked to the basement door. The handle was cold, the paint around it smudged by fingerprints. Chelsea's joke or not, Ariana descended, each stair tilting under her weight. The basement was unfinished, a low ceiling hiding pipes and wiring, the exposed bulb off. She turned on her phone flashlight and swept the circle around, landing on the old appliance graveyard. Washer, dryer, a fridge left over from a tenant who'd ghosted, open boxes of holiday decorations, and a plastic Santa with its face eroded by mildew. The smell here was sharp, iron, wet earth, and something faintly sweet. She refused to be spooked, but her breath was tight. In the far corner, behind an upturned couch and a laundry basket, she saw something move. Ariana called out, "Chelsea!" No answer. She forced herself closer. It was a crash course in self-negotiation. I will go 2 steps. I will shine the light. I will not, under any circumstance, run. The light found a foot, human, pale and with turquoise nail polish clinging in chips. Chelsea's foot, she recognized, even before her mind allowed her. But Chelsea wouldn't be curled up like that, shoulders scraping cement, head jammed awkwardly against the wall like a broken doll. Ariana reached a hand forward and, before she touched, realized the hair on Chelsea's crown was moving, undulating as if waterlogged. She dropped the cup. It bounced, spraying the last of the coffee across the concrete. Ariana pulled her hand back and screamed, or tried to. Her throat strangled it. The thing that rose from behind Chelsea came up slow, like a submarine surfacing. It must have been living in the root cracks behind the wall, but it wore Chelsea's face, stretched too thin over a skull with nothing behind the eyes. The hair moved because it wasn't hair. It was finger-thin, ashen tendrils, writhing. She didn't run, couldn't. The thing watched, its head at an impossible angle, waiting. The face reformed into something close to a smile. Ariana, without thinking, bent over, grabbed the Santa, and hurled it at the creature. The impact knocked some of the tendrils to the floor. They writhed and clung to the linoleum, blind and urgent. Ariana ran upstairs, slamming the door and jamming a kitchen chair under the handle. It would hold for a minute, 2 if she was lucky. She didn't hear Chelsea anymore. She didn't want to see what the thing in the basement did with her friend's body. She grabbed her phone. Still no service. Her car keys were on the table, her shoes by the door. She texted the number back. "What are you?" This time, no text. Just the slow, deliberate footsteps from the basement stairs, the measured and methodical collapse of her reality, one shuddering footfall at a time. The job was a joke. Ariana took orders from a man with an accent she couldn't place and a dark mustache that glittered with nicotine. She watched the belts move, the lids snap onto cans, the endless river of product inching along like a dumb, metal caterpillar. She wore headphones, one bud dead, the other ratcheting noise. But even here, the sound of the thing in the basement living under her feet was louder. She replayed the night. Chelsea was gone. The apartment too cold, too quiet. There had been no police tape, no missing persons report. She'd not even told the landlord. Instead, she lived above the thing, waiting for the next text, the next little moment the world warped and cracked. In the smoker's alley, Ariana chain-vaped and watched the sky. It was almost pretty here. Slate blue, the sun fighting through clouds like it wanted back the ground. She knew that whatever lived below her followed her. She saw it reflected in the metal of the plant, in the slick puddles, in the face of her supervisor when he vented at her about running behind schedule. When Ariana got home, the kitchen was a massacre. The Santa was in the sink, split in half with its insides. Cotton, stuffing, guts, spilling out onto the linoleum. She flicked the disposal to life and watched it chew up what it could. drum beating every nerve in her arms. There was a note taped to the fridge, written in a color she didn't recognize. It was in her handwriting. She leaned close to read it, fighting the flop in her stomach. "If you leave, the whole town will starve." She wasn't sure if it was the thing's threat or her own. The idea swelled in her head, invasive and sticky. She'd never be free. She pulled the note down, crumpled it, and tossed it out. That night she heard the steps again, not from below, but from the attic. She lay there with her phone in one hand, a kitchen knife in the other, and waited for sunrise. Day after day, Ariana collected herself. She went to work, she cleaned what she could, and she stopped going into the basement. The tendon-thin memories of Chelsea faded, replaced by the certainty that nothing above the foundation would keep her safe. As the days reversed toward winter, she noticed other things. Shadows in her peripheral vision, the taste of rot in her food if she let it linger too long. At the grocery store, she caught the eye of a neighbor, a woman who smelled like overripe peaches in fear. The woman looked at Ariana's hands, and then at her own, and then away. One morning, as she microwaved her breakfast, she heard the voice for the first time. Not a text, not a hallucination, but a clear, hungry whisper. "You," it said, "and nothing more." Ariana dropped the spoon. The whisper had come from the drain. She did what any rational person would do. She called a plumber, then a priest, then the landlord. The plumber found nothing but a raccoon skeleton. The priest didn't answer her call. The landlord asked only, "Did you pay rent?" She wondered what was required to make anyone believe her. The hunger worsened. The house was never stocked enough. Ariana peered around the monolithic pillar that jutted from the earth at a 45-degree tilt, shedding flakes of salt and rust with every breeze. The girl in the blue jacket had vanished. No, not vanished, but left. The puddle where she'd knelt was gone as well, scattered into lines as if combed by a feline paw, the letters smeared down the sidewalk, dissolving into the curb's black throat. Ariana clutched the fraying strap of her tote, running thumb and index finger over the crackly faux leather, and swung herself out from behind the pillar with a flourish meant for someone else, someone watching, not just the gnawing clouds above. If the world would only pay attention to her, she wouldn't have to keep doing this. Walking, then, became her alibi, for in the afternoon and the whole city an echo of itself, more wind than commerce. She walked aggressively, like a cop in ripped jeans, like she was late for a meeting with God, or at least a regional manager. Ariana zipped her jacket not quite all the way, to preserve the air of frantic purpose, her scarf trailing behind. The weather in Chicago, like her father's memory, never committed to a single mood for more than 10 minutes. Wind and sleet, a ballet of needles against her face. She crossed Clark, dodged the puddles, checked behind her every third storefront. Each time, expecting the blue jacket, that teardrop face, the reedy voice from before. She saw no one, but the world remembered. The glass of Lou's pizza was thumbprint from the afternoon rush, and the alley behind was thick with the raw reek of cheese and tomato. The dumpsters frosted with a syrupy tar that never froze, always sticky, always a trap for unsuspecting sneakers. She stopped in the alley, breath blooming in quick, nervous fears. The shadows here clotted more than usual, she thought, even for November. Ariana took a deliberate step forward, as if challenging the dark to outdo itself. "Okay," she said to nothing. "You got me." Something settled above, a flutter, then a scrape, a pigeon shuffling on tin. Ariana felt her heart bump twice, then regain its rhythm. She waited, hoping the darkness would give her something else, a shape or a reason. But the alley was stubborn, giving up only wind and the memory of that girl whose name Ariana still didn't know. Her phone vibrated at her hip, just a buzz, but the sharpness of it made her bite her tongue. She fished it out and checked the screen. 2 missed calls from Sasha, 1 text from Tom. Tom's text read, simply, "Can you call?" Pitchex. No period, as always, but the implied urgency sang through the consonants. Ariana pressed call and listened to the ring. Static first, then Tom's sigh. You okay? He asked, his voice already pre-reprimanding. Never better, Ariana lied. She imagined Tom's face, his ash-blonde hair tangled by his last nervous handshake. Why? You were supposed to bring the transcripts. I got the email. From Drive West. He said you bailed. I didn't. She nearly spit, but stopped herself. He wasn't even there. I waited 15 minutes. Tom smacked his lips. He saw you from the window. Said you bolted down Clark like your ass was on fire. Ariana didn't remember the window. She didn't remember running. Maybe she did. She didn't like to be observed, not like that. Not with glass between her and the watcher. The memory of the blue-jacketed girl drifted like a luminous bubble just over her left shoulder. Ariana squinted, trying to recreate the face. Narrow, childish, the lips chapped but stubborn, the hair dotted with those sharp glass beads she used to see on playgrounds, back when kids could run without getting lost forever. The girl had known something, or she'd wanted Ariana to think she had. She'd said, "Don't go home." That was all. It was a challenge, a dare, and Ariana never took dares. She watched the alley until her eyes blurred, then pulled out her phone again and dialed the first ride share she could find. The car arrived like a hallucination. The driver, a man whose neck was a catalog of angry red boils, didn't speak. Ariana loaded herself in the back, refusing to glance at the rear view. The streets grew less familiar as they drove, the landmarks tilting away into a series of generic gas stations and abandoned donut shops. The city was unmaking itself behind her, as if deleting blocks as soon as she passed them. She clicked the lock on her seatbelt 3 times. She couldn't help counting. The driver's eyes in the glass flickered, as if noting her rhythm. Or maybe it was a trick of the light. They stopped 4 blocks from her apartment. "Meters out," the man explained, voice thick as soup. "You walk from here." Ariana paid, over-tipping out of guilt, and stepped into the brittle air. The buildings on her street leaned closer than usual, watching with their lit-up eyes. Someone had tagged the stoop of her apartment with a spiral, a perfect nautilus in spray paint, tight at the center and radiating outward. She reached out, fingered the paint. Not dry. She wiped it on her jeans, hiked the stairs. All her senses jangled together, a nervous orchestra. Up inside her place, there was a message light blinking orange. Landline. She didn't answer it. She peeled off her coat, slung it over the bathroom door. Her own face, wild, puffy around the eyes, mirrored back in the medicine cabinet. She closed the cabinet and for a split second saw what she was sure was a second set of eyes over her shoulder. She spat at her own nerves, checked the hall, then the closet, then the space under the bed. She sat. The apartment was colder than she'd left it. She pulled her knees to her chest and rocked, like when she was 7, the year her father vanished behind the endless curtain of New Mexico dust and never called back. She found herself counting syllables in her thoughts, teasing patterns from the chaos. Her chest tightened as she remembered the girl's last words. "Don't go home." A rustle from the kitchen. She went rigid. Just the fridge. Or the window settling. Or the wind. Or further evidence, as her therapist would say, of her premature alarm response. She would make a note to bring this up at her next session, if she made it to next week. At 2:17 a.m., the apartment's heat died for good. Ariana lay awake on the couch, watching her breath fog at each exhalation. She'd forgotten the blanket and couldn't convince herself to get up and fetch it. Instead, she called Sasha. "Why are you awake?" Sasha's voice was lush with sleep. "I need." Ariana started, then realized she didn't know how to finish. "You need coffee," Sasha said. "Meet at Puppy's? Like now." Ariana latched onto the suggestion. 20 minutes. She arrived early, the only customer in the glow of Puppy's 24-hour diner. The waitress, Sherry, who called everyone Han, regardless of their declarations to the contrary, brought over bad coffee and lemon pie. Ariana wolfed half the pie before Sasha arrived, bundled in an enormous parka with the hood up like a doomsday cultist. Sasha said nothing for a minute, only watched Ariana over the rim of her mug. "You look like you haven't slept since the Obama years," Sasha said, which was just about right. Ariana grinned, toothy and mean, and said, "Maybe sleep is the problem. You're even more cryptic than usual." Sasha leaned back, hands splayed flat on the formica. "Should I be worried?" Ariana thought of the girl's watery eyes, the spiral on her stoop, the way the alley seemed to pulse in and out of existence behind her. "Do you ever think," Ariana said, "that something's watching us? Like really watching, but not for a good reason? Not God or whatever." Sasha sipped her coffee. "You're not special enough for schizophrenia," she answered, affectionate. "You're just cold and weird." Ariana laughed, but the sound failed halfway through. She watched as the brightening sky outside the window failed to lighten the street. She slid the pie across to Sasha, an offering, but Sasha just stared at it. "There's a spiral on my building," Ariana said, "like huge, and I think the girl who put it there might still be around." Sasha's lips thinned. "That's new. I think I'm being followed," Ariana said. The words tasted dramatic, something for a screenplay, but the feeling was real. Or maybe haunted. Sherry, the waitress, refilled their coffee. "Don't listen to the ghosts, Han," she advised, swabbing pie crust from the counter with a practiced flick. "They just want attention." Ariana nodded, grateful for the woman's existence. The next hour passed in a slow, batter-thick bubble. Pie, coffee, small talk that circled but never landed. When she finally left the diner, the streets were fully awake with people, but Ariana could still feel the slow, deliberate press of the watcher just behind her left shoulder. The day was a series of small alarms, each one building on the last. At the copy shop, Ariana's print job spat out endless reams of the spiral. A file corruption, the clerk explained, but Ariana knew she hadn't uploaded any spiral. She found a second, smaller spiral on the mailbox outside her building, and then a third, drawn with lipstick on the mirror at the gym. That night, the blue-jacketed girl reappeared. Ariana saw her beneath the underpass, crouched among the mattress-fortified encampments. The girl's lips were chapped, her hands pressed over her ears as if to block out something no one else could hear. Ariana called out, walked over, careful not to slip on the black ice. "What's your name?" Ariana asked. "They're already mostly in, but it's the last bit that matters. That's when the rules change." She rocked on her heels, almost like she was amused by a private joke. "I tried to warn you," she said, "but you're too loud. You always have been." Ariana felt herself flush, embarrassed, something she hadn't felt since the 6th grade. She tried to joke, but the words died. The city wind paused, as if waiting for an answer. "Okay," Ariana said. "So what do I do?" The girl arrested her motion, frozen in place like prey awaiting the predator's lunge. "You leave something behind," she said. "You make them think you're not worth the trouble. You walk out of your own life like it was someone else's coat, and you don't look back." Ariana wondered if she could do that. Shed everything and everyone, make herself vanish so she didn't drag the spiral with her. She wondered if the city would even notice, or if it would simply replace her with another anxious, pie-eating automaton. The girl pressed further into the shadows, her voice drawn thin by distance. "Don't go home," she said, and the words snapped cold in the night. Ariana watched her disappear, then turned and walked not home. She spent her days in constant forward motion, as if to be still would be fatal. Ariana moved from person to person, from errand to errand, never sitting for lunch unless someone pinned her down with laughter or a secret. Her hair was black and wild, full of static even indoors, and her voice pierced through quiet the way a bell would rip through fog. The old brownstone where she lived above the bakery had a decaying grandeur about it. Wide, echoing halls with chipped paint and ceilings that dripped with plaster every time it rained. Her apartment, tiny and angular, was stuffed to the moss-colored gills with thrifted furniture and plants she mostly forgot to water. Downstairs, she worked for Rosa, the bakery owner, who'd once told her she had a face for trouble, and seemed both annoyed and delighted by this prophecy coming to pass. Ariana liked this arrangement. It meant Rosa expected a mess and was often surprised by unexpected competence. The bakery itself was a magnet for peculiar customers, maybe because it was the only place within walking distance serving coffee before dawn. Ariana's favorite was an old woman who never spoke but always left a single dog biscuit on the counter beside her mug. In the mornings, Ariana watched for her arrival through the window, her fingers busy with the cash register, her mind tracing shapes in the frost. At 5:57 every day, she'd appear from around the corner, hunched, hooded, moving with an urgency that seemed out of place for her frame. "Hey, Nan," Ariana greeted one morning, placing a mug in front of her before she'd even reached the counter. "Usual," Nan nodded. She wore a thick scarf wound around her chin and jaw, her eyes sharp and lively above the wool. Ariana bent closer, dropping her voice. "It's gonna snow again, I can tell. They get it wrong on the news, but I believe my ankles over meteorologists." She grinned and hopped back, bumping her hip against the cabinet. The old woman's eyes crinkled, maybe a smile beneath the scarf, hard to be sure. The rest of the morning dripped by, slow and sticky with the smell of caramelized sugar and rising yeast. At 10, the street outside was still mostly deserted, the sky rimming itself with a sour color Ariana didn't like. Somewhere upstairs, someone slammed a window, the bang shaking motes of flour loose onto the countertop. "Jesus," she muttered, dusting her hands. "Gonna need a hazmat suit to clean up after this day." That was when the bell over the door rang, sharp and unexpected. The man who entered was tall, nearly hitting his head on the lintel, and his coat was so drenched the rainwater fell in beads onto the mat. Ariana watched him shake out his umbrella, methodical and precise, then fold it with a series of practiced flicks. She'd never seen him before, and in this part of town that always meant something. His face was unmemorable except for the intensity of his gaze. He looked at everything, the shelves, the chalkboard sign, Nan, but not at her, not yet. "Morning," Ariana called. She didn't have to fake the cheer. She liked the strange ones. "Help you?" He approached the counter, leaning in so his coat brushed against the register. "Black coffee," he said, voice flat and steady. He had an accent, not foreign, but leftover from somewhere else. She poured, making a show of snapping the lid on tight. "That'll be $2.50, she said, sliding the cup across, but he only stared at it. $2.50, she repeated, slower this time. Still silent, the man reached into his pocket and produced exact change. His knuckles were scraped raw. Ariana noticed this in the tiny flicker of movement as he set the coins on the counter, palm out, the same way children surrendered pebbles found in the street. "Thanks," she said, curiosity fermenting beneath her ribcage. He turned and took a seat facing the window, cup tucked between his hands. Ariana glimpsed the side of his face, the jawline rigid, the lips pressed white. She busied herself with wiping down trays, but every time she glanced up, the man sat unmoving, eyes fixed on a point somewhere deep in the street beyond the glass. At 11, Nan left, her usual dog biscuit abandoned that morning. Ariana took it and slipped it into her pocket, making a mental note to ask her tomorrow if she'd meant to leave it behind. The rain thickened, then turned to fat, heavy flakes. Outside, A police car ghosted past, headlights cutting watery streaks through the fog. Ariana counted 3 customers in an hour, 2 of them regulars who never lingered. By noon, her skin tingled with the sense. Was it from lack of sleep or the weird energy curling off the stranger near the window? Ariana decided she could not endure the suspense another minute and crossed over to clean the empty table beside him. She swirled her rag in idle circles, careful to make a little noise, to signal that she was eavesdropping, if only passively. The man did not acknowledge her. She could see, now that she was closer, that his eyes were rimmed red, as if he'd not slept for days. "Storm coming in fast, huh?" she tried. This time he spoke, so sudden her heart snapped against her ribs. "Yes." She waited for more. A name, a return volley, but he simply sipped his coffee, gaze never shifting. "You from around here?" She pressed, a tactic that usually wrung out at least a first name or a little gossip. His hands curled tighter around the cup. Passing through, the silence that followed was so dense Ariana felt surrounded by it. She wondered, not for the first time, how anyone could seem at once utterly present and completely absent. She wanted to prod at him until he admitted to being a time traveler, a witness protection case, or at the very least, someone left behind by a cult. Instead, she said, "We get a lot of passers through. Most people don't stick around." His mouth twisted, the barest suggestion of a smirk. "No," he said, voice brittle. "They don't." She finished wiping the table, her hand steady even as her mind whirred. He was strange, yes, but not threatening. Not yet. The wind slammed the door, rattling the glass in its frame. Ariana nearly jumped. She laughed it off, glancing over at the man to see if he'd flinched. He hadn't moved. Even his coffee, she noticed, was untouched since that one careful sip. She wanted to ask him what he was really doing here, but the words clogged up behind her teeth. Instead, she returned to the counter, rearranged the pastries, waited for the afternoon lull. The man remained until closing, unmoving, until the sound of Rosa clattering in the back finally forced him up. He left quietly, no goodbye, but he did glance back once as he reached the door. Their eyes met, and for a sliver of a second, Ariana thought she saw something terrible and familiar flicker through his expression, something like recognition or a warning. The next morning, she woke to discover the bakery's window had been cracked straight down the middle, as if struck by lightning. The break glistened, spiderwebbing into 1,000 tiny splinters. Ariana pressed her palm against the cold glass, the dog biscuit still in her pocket. Outside, the world was muffled in white, the city sealed in by snow and silence. She could see the imprint of a hand in the frost on the other side of the window, fingers splayed wide, as though someone had pressed hard, desperate to get in, or to keep something inside from breaking out. That was when she realized she hadn't seen Nan at all that morning. Not in the street, not through the swirling snow. The stool she always claimed was empty, save for the crumpled impression of her usual presence. Ariana thought about the man, about the way he'd looked at her. She wondered if he'd left something behind, something she should have noticed. She retraced the last 12 hours in her mind, step by step, but each memory fuzzed out before she could find an answer. In the dream she had that night, Ariana found herself standing in the bakery, but the light was wrong. Red and syrupy, as though the sun was bleeding through thick curtains. The man was there, so was Nan, and both of them were frozen mid-motion like flies in amber. She tried to move, but her legs had rooted to the tile floor, and she understood in a flash that she'd never really woken up. Not last night, not since the man entered the bakery, maybe not since ever. She opened her mouth to scream, but the sound curdled in her throat, became a black coffee taste, bitter and endless. When she woke, the crack in the window had widened, and the footprints in the fresh snow outside the bakery door were not human. Not unless humans had claws, or worse, were learning to walk on all fours. Ariana didn't tell anyone about the footprints, or the dreams, or even the absence of Nan. She waited, every day, for one or both of them to return. When neither did, she took to staying after hours, watching the street beyond the cracked window, waiting for whatever came next. If the fear was to be believed, it would come at her fast and without hesitation. She could live with that. She was, after all, a face for trouble. Ariana walked west, hugging the freezing guardrail, ribs iced by passing headlights, too aware of the empty floodplain to her left and the soft, black churn of highway to her right. She didn't look behind. Snow was starting, those lazy, loose platelets that twirled in the updrafts and collided against her cheeks like small, damp ashes. She could not feel her phone anymore, which was in the outer pocket of her thrift store parka, buried under a linty wad of receipts, a packet of birth control, and the thick black marker she used to decorate the walls of bathroom stalls. There was nothing for her on the phone, not now. The last message from Maya had come an hour ago, full of unfinished sentences and the wet click of someone switching between speakerphone and earpiece, and then the nothing that sprawled between. A sound from behind, a bottle shattering, a grunt, sent Ariana lurching ahead. Something was close. The air felt charged, expectant, trash-smelling and metallic, quickening with the sound of her own soles slapping against the sodden shoulder. Her breath sounded like someone else's, hoarse, uncooked. She twisted through the next underpass, ducked beneath the swollen arch of concrete, and hesitated. There, at the far side of the culvert, a splintered shape stood against the sodium glow like a lopsided pillar. It was a shopping cart. For a split second, she waited for it to move. Instead, something moved behind it. A shadow, quick and then gone, like an animal darting for cover. She could turn around. But something prickled in her memory, an old game she used to play with her brothers, running the alleys behind their apartment complex, stealing from dumpsters, dodging the sleeping lump bodies that hunkered by the trash cans. If you stopped running, they said, the thing could catch you. Ariana inched closer to the cart, picking at the frayed seam of her sleeve with winter-raw fingers, heart beating somewhere in her ears. Under the orange lamplight, the cart was full of plastic bags and a curled blue tarp. A pair of sneakers drifted beneath, listing in a puddle. The shadow was gone. A car gasped up the off-ramp, tires whining on ice, and Ariana flinched sideways, collided with the cart. A bag burst open. Old receipts, pharmacy bottles, crumpled instant noodle wrappers scattered, clinging wetly to her boots. She spat a curse and caught herself from falling, grabbing the metal rim. She was not alone in the underpass. She could sense it. The same way you sense someone was looking at you in a crowd, their gaze pressure on your ear, your teeth. She looked up, expecting a beggar huddled behind the concrete stanchion, but saw only rebar, moss, and the syrupy dark. A wind rifled the debris behind her with greasy, transient fingers. The street was silent but for that. Ariana went faster up the embankment, through a break in the chain-link fence, and into the shabbier part of town. Here the houses lurched together, vinyl siding sloughing off in strips, porch lights blinking in Morse code from cracked bulbs. She crept along, counting mailboxes, doing the math. Maya's cousin's place was 4 blocks north and 3 blocks east. Simple. But this was a city of wild diagonals, and each block was an improvisation. Some with 2 intersecting alleys, others with T-bone ends and vacant lots treacherous with black ice and discarded tires. The snow thinned out, replaced by an oily mist, and Ariana found herself in front of a windowless laundromat whose fluorescent light spasmed in the winter air. A plastic zip bag on the sidewalk glistened purple, iridescent, like beetle wings. From within came the steady, wet rumble of washing machines and the smell of bleach and ironed polyester. She drew closer, peering through the grimy glass. No one at the folding tables, no laundry left tumbled in baskets or abandoned on the cracked vinyl benches. The whole place looked fossilized, as if the last customer had left centuries ago. She debated slipping inside, just long enough to thaw her hands. But an angle of motion caught her attention. A figure hunched at the far end, shoulders crooked, face invisible behind a tower of folded sheets. The figure rocked, as if with laughter, or weeping, or some indecipherable tic. Ariana remembered her brother's warning. Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. She walked on. The next street was paved with glass. Shards caught in the ruts and sparkled whenever her boots landed just right. At the end of the block, a police car idled, empty, its headlights burning a pair of white holes in the fog. She watched it for a moment, waiting for the interrogative bark of a bullhorn, for someone to tell her to go home, or to stop existing in the gutter of the city. Nothing. The sodium vapor just hummed, unbroken, the cruiser casting its blind stare. Ariana quickened her pace. A memory. The night before, on the red line, someone had pressed a greasy hand against the small of her back. Not groping, just holding as if testing the shape of her. She'd spun, ready to lay into anyone standing there. But the seat behind her had been empty. She reached for her phone, but her hands were cold, and the touchscreen stuttered. No new messages. Instead, a notification. You were near a reported incident. Are you safe? She laughed, sharp and short, and kept going. On the avenue, the small shops were locked up, display signs blinking through rotisserie-tinted glass. A 24-hour mini-mart, its window painted with streaks of sunlight that made her teeth ache. A liquor store, shelves backlit by the blue glow of bug zappers. The only other people were an old couple with matching hats, walking a teacup dog, and a guy in a delivery jacket leaping from a battered minivan to the door of a diner. They did not look at Ariana. The mist climbed to the height of her eyes, thickened, clogged her lashes. She ducked into an alley to skirt the main drag, boots slurping through the sludge. At the far end, a dumpster groaned and wigged side to side. Ariana froze. She could see only the shape, human, folded tight, with knees under the chin and arms wrapped around calves. It rocked in place, matching the tempo of the hunched figure in the laundromat. She backed up, slow, one measured step at a time, and turned left, toward the river. The mist thickened. She could barely see 5 steps in any direction. She smelled it now, the old liver stink of brackish water, rain gutters, wet trash, new death. Another memory. Her brothers leaned over the balcony of the old flat, flicking cigarettes into the alley, shouting curses at the rats. She couldn't remember their faces anymore, but she remembered their voices. High, urgent, the edge of a dare. On the bridge, Ariana paused. She felt unseen things moving in the vapor, hydroplaning across the water's surface. The river below was creased with orange and gray. Somewhere out there, Maya was waiting, maybe, but Ariana could not recall her own apartment, could not reconstruct where she had woken that morning. She remembered a hallway, a wet towel, the sleeve of someone else's sweatshirt, a breakfast burrito eaten over a sink. Maybe that was Maya's, maybe not. Snow again. It layered the mist, wet confetti melting as it touched cement. Ariana wiped her nose on her sleeve, feeling the bite of wool against raw cartilage. She looked at her hands and noticed she was bleeding. A thin, bright arc spooled around her middle knuckle. It did not belong to her, this blood. No pain, no memory of the cut. She sucked at the wound but tasted only iron. She kept walking. The city eroded as she moved east, the tall buildings giving way to derelict storefronts and then to houses. Brick, then vinyl, then plywood, then just cinder blocks stacked in wild equilibrium above the mud. Each street bore the evidence of lives attempted and abandoned. Flyers for lost pets, posters inked with the faces of the missing, donation bins overflowing with shredded fleece. In front of a house with a plastic jungle gym and 3 dead bicycles, Ariana saw a little girl's shoe, laid on the step as if it would return to its owner by some invisible contract. She avoided the shoe, breathing shallow, hoping not to see any movement in the fogged-up windows. A few blocks later, the houses ended. In their place, a vacant lot, overgrown with thorny scrub, and then a warehouse whose walls bled rust stains and streaks, pooling in the cold earth around its foundation. Ariana heard the loam crunch beneath her boots. Above, a loose panel banged in the wind. She closed her eyes and tried to recall a warm room, the heat of her own breath against someone's shoulder, but instead she pictured the inside of a locker, the chemical reek of cleaning fluid, the way it felt to be watched and not seen. She found Maya's cousin's house only because a yellow porch light glimmered like a beacon through the mist, and because the number on the curb was painted twice, in different fonts. She stepped up, knocked with blue fingers. A silhouette wobbled behind the curtain, voice hoarse, and then the door cracked. "Are you?" The person on the other side squinted, face thin, eyes jittering. "Ariana." She nodded. The door opened, reluctantly. Heat spilled out, lapping at her skin. "Come in, quick," the cousin said, glancing down the street as if expecting the mist to eat them both. Inside, the house was too warm, air saturated with the scent of microwaved popcorn and wet fabric. Maya was not there. A pile of coats crowded the entryway, all cheap synthetics in electric colors. In the kitchen, a countertop boasted 6 coffee cups, all of them filthy, and a slow, steady drip of water echoed in the silent living room. He let her sit in the armchair, wiped his shaking hands on his jeans. "She's late," he said, "but she's coming." Ariana watched the cousin's foot tap, rhythm recurring. She studied the shoe, fluorescent green, pitted with mesh, laces knotted to the stubs. She looked up and caught him stealing glances at her. He looked like the kind of person who ate dinner standing up, who measured his life in gulps of Mountain Dew and interrupted sleep. "Did you walk?" he asked. "No other way," she said, combating the urge to hoard the heat, to burrow into the chair. "Took a shortcut," she lied. A silence. Then, "You see anything weird?" She searched for a word that meant the same thing as ghost but didn't sound like bullshit. Instead, she shrugged. "Cities full of weird." He nodded, chewing a fingernail. "Yeah." She found her phone again, but still nothing. No missed calls, no desperate texts from Maya. A world that clamored and pinged every second had finally shut her out. The silence pressed in, spongy, waiting. Ariana stared at the window, watching the mist gel against the glass, clinging in patchy halos of streetlight. Something about the pattern looked familiar. The way the droplets formed, the way they smeared as they slid down the pane. Like something was trying to get in, something yielding and persistent, something that could not be shut out by a deadbolt or a lock. More waiting. The cousin fidgeted, muttered into a headset, paced the thin rug. Ariana closed her eyes, but every time her body begged to relax, some noise. Plumbing, radiator, car's distant snarl, jarred her back to alertness. She cataloged everything in her immediate field of vision. A fat brown recliner, a black TV, off for once. Faux wood shelving unit, 5 chipped mugs, and a framed picture of a church that probably didn't exist anymore. The cousin sat down again, standing up only to twitch aside the curtain, scanning the street. "It's late," he said, licking his lips. "She's never this late." Ariana watched the snow line the curb, white then gray, plowed up against Ariana's sweat stuck to her like a ragged wedding dress. Heavy, unlovely, obscene in the way it clung. Beneath Friday's sodium-stained sky, she itched from scalp to thighs. But the only thing she hated worse than sweat was not getting what she wanted. And what she wanted tonight was a drink. Not vodka. Not the gnashing, glassy bite of the real stuff. The thought of it turned her stomach these days, but something wet and sugary and named in a way that made the bartender roll his eyes when she ordered. Her usual place, the Finn, blinked pink neon across the parking lot. A dragnet of old summer bugs rolling in blurred circles around the signs busted F. Somewhere inside, pewter blue air conditioning and the soft tang of spilled cocktails waited for her. A better promise than anything the city coughed up during daylight. She shouldered through the door and let cold air slap her face. The place was half full, patrons arranged in loose, lopsided groups like newsprint cutouts. A piano teacher with pink hair and 3 gleaming metal teeth. A table of import, export guys who only looked like money from the neck down, and Marcy, the bartender, who never smiled with her mouth but sometimes did with her eyes. Flat against the bar, Marcy looked up. Her gaze was blunt, the same way Ariana's dad had looked at her when he pulled a dead mouse from the vent of her first car. "You look like a bag of hell," Marcy said. She slid Ariana a menu that was the exact shape and weight of a soggy napkin. Ariana pinched her shirt away from her chest and waited for the AC to work its magic. "Bengal blush," she said, squinting at the chalkboard. "No, wait, tiger's orb. Those both taste like cough syrup," Marcy said, eyes flicking to the sticky shelf of blue and yellow liqueurs. "But at least the orb is less likely to kill you." "Live a little," Ariana said, and propped her elbows on the formica. "Pour it extra sticky." While Marcy measured booze in lazy arcs, Ariana scanned the room for anyone else who might be on night 7 of sleeplessness. That's what it was, she knew. A roll of insomnia so dense it glued her jaw shut, followed by these waking dreams or something like them. Little moments when the world slid sideways and Ariana lost herself, just for a flash, in the hot, glimmering edges of reality. She'd lost weight. She'd stopped caring about her hair.